Chapter 1080 Powerless. Su family. Inside an ancient and quiet room.
Lin Dong's main body, his doppelganger, and Xian Yuanshou were sitting together. Xian Yuanshou looked at the old and young in front of him. He had never seen such a peculiar master and disciple before.
What kind of master and disciple would be like these two?
The disciple was not respecting the master at all, while the master did not care at all.
The two were not father and son, were they? Otherwise, how could a superpower at the peak of the Saint King level even give up face in order to tolerate his disciple? Being despised by his disciple in front of everyone, he still had to try to prove it. It was probably because of the old age and the excellent talent of his son, who had become a true saint level at a young age, that he would treat him like this. Otherwise, even the best master-disciple relationship would not be able to do this. Xian Yuanshou mused in his heart that the true relationship of these two people in front of him was definitely father and son. I wonder what is the matter with Alliance Master Xian Yuan? Lin Dong's doppelganger asked.
Senior. Pang Zhong has become the Sacred Alliance League leader. He will definitely find a way to make the Starry Void realm chaotic, causing a situation where the living and the dead are in abundance, and then sit back and reap the rewards. The extermination of the Su family is just the beginning. They will definitely have a series of actions to come. Nowadays, the Starry Void realm is only able to deal with Pang Zhong, only you, senior, for the sake of the Starry Void realm's stability and prosperity.
Xian Yuanshou has an unkind request, and I would like to ask for your consent. Xian Yuanshou said in a deep voice.
Lin Dong looked at the old man in front of him who had his heart set on the entire Star Void realm, and he could not help but admire him in his heart.
There were some things that could not be faked anymore. Moreover, if one wanted to pretend under one's superb perception, even a late Saint King level would not be able to do so.
Xian Yuanshou was truly looking out for all the humans in the Star Void realm. It wasn't without reason that he was able to gain everyone's respect. It could be seen from the series of rules that Xian Yuanshou had set up since he became the Sacred Alliance's Alliance Master. Things had come to this point. If he could help out, Lin Dong would not refuse. Considering it as a good deed, he was also unwilling to see the Star Void realm in chaos.
In the end, it would be the ordinary people who would be harmed.
When immortals fought, mortals suffered.
A casual strike from a Saint Realm powerhouse would cause the deaths of countless ordinary humans. Facing the sacred might,
no one less than the Saint Realm had any power of resistance.
Please speak, Alliance Master Xian Yuan.
Lin Dong did not make himself known immediately.
He still did not know what exactly was going on.
It would be a little too hasty to agree directly. It was better to wait to hear the other party out before making a decision.
Senior,
I would like to elect you as the Sacred Alliance's alliance leader. Oust Pang Zhong from power so that if he wants to carry out his plans, it will be much more difficult, and with your containment, he won't dare to act recklessly.
Xian Yuanshou took a deep breath and said.
This decision was also the result of his deep thought.
Although Pang Zhong's plan to take the Su family to task was stopped.
But he wouldn't stop there.
He would definitely continue to find ways to create chaos.
Only by ousting Pang Zhong from the position of Sacred Alliance League leader could he be contained for the time being. As for what would happen in the future, then let's talk about it later and remove the current crisis first. Lin Dong's mind was a little spinning when he heard Xian Yuanshou's words.
What the hell? Letting himself become the Sacred Alliance League leader? Are you sure you are not joking? Where would he have the time to do this?
The existence of a split body required the consumption of essence blood, 1 drop an hour, childishly. Although 1 drop, 2 drops, or even 30 to 50 drops is nothing.
But for a long time. Wouldn't the body be emptied?
Moreover, Lin Dong had already discussed with Yun Shi and the girls, and when he was done with the Su family, he would take all of them back to Earth to live in seclusion. There was no time, nor was there that much essence blood.
Everything else could still be considered. This matter should never be done. Alliance Master Xian Yuan.
I admire you for having your heart set on the safety of all living beings, and I want to help you as much as I can, but this matter of being an ally, I'm sorry.
There is nothing I can do. Lin Dong's doppelganger shook his head and refused.
After only thinking for a moment, he gave a direct no, leaving no room for negotiation.
Lin Dong's reply was unexpected by Xian Yuanshou.
When he was still worried that the other party, being at the peak of the Saint King level, after becoming the Alliance leader, would not be like Pang Zhong, trying to find a way to create chaos and then unify the starry void realm to collect the power of faith and ignite the divine fire.
The person gave a direct rejection without even thinking about it.
Xian Yuanshou completely did not expect this to be the case. For a moment, he froze there, unable to find the words to reply. In his imagination, the other party might have excused himself for a couple of sentences, saying something like he just got out of the gate not quite understanding the Sacred Alliance or the Star Void Realm, making it difficult for him to be competent and so on. But it would never be such a crisp refusal. Knowing the high status of the Sacred Alliance's Alliance Master in the Starry Void Realm, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the master of the Starry Void Realm, a 7th-level civilization. A single word could determine the life and death of countless forces. He was respected and worshipped by all humans in the Star Void Realm. However, from this senior's resolute tone, it could be heard that he truly did not want to be the Sacred Alliance Lord.
Doubtful, puzzled, and confused, it left Xian Yuanshou at a loss. Shouldn't the peak of the Saint King level be thinking about how to collect the power of faith and ignite the divine fire? Immediately afterward, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the other party had been in seclusion for too long and didn't understand the position of the Sacred Alliance League leader?
Senior, don't be too busy to reject it first. Let me first explain to you the significance of the existence of the Sacred Alliance, as well as the role of the position of the Sacred Alliance Alliance Lord. Perhaps you will change your mind after listening to it. Before Xian Yuanshou could speak, he was interrupted by Lin Dong's doppelganger.
Alliance Master Xian Yuan, there is no need for that.
I don't have the time nor the energy to take up the position of this Sacred Alliance's alliance leader. If you want to fight with Pang Jong, I can help you with all my might, but if you want me to be this alliance leader, I'm sorry, I really can't do anything about it.
Xian
Yuanshou was completely speechless.
If he was at the peak of the Saint King level, where would it be anyone else's turn? Pang Jong simply couldn't snatch away his position as alliance leader.
The impression that the Sacred Alliance League leader gave to everyone in the Star Void Realm would have to be the #1 strongest person in the Star Void Realm. He himself was only at the late Saint King level, and was still a step short of the peak. If he couldn't defeat Pang Jong, he already didn't have the qualifications. Forcing his way to the top would only tie his hands. That was why he wanted to push for a peak Saint King level to oust Pang Jong. Unexpectedly, the other party was simply unwilling. Senior, if you are unwilling to be this alliance leader, the Star Void Realm will be messed up by Pang Jong next, creating a situation where living beings will be devastated and countless people will be displaced. Xian Yuanshou said with a heavy face. There is nothing I can do about this, but in the future, if there is a need for my help, Alliance Master Xian Yuan can just ask. I will definitely not push back.
Lin Dong replied.
This was all he could do. If sometime in the future, Pang Jong really disregarded the deaths and lives of humans and did something that would cause heavenly fury, Lin Dong did not mind quietly settling him once and for all.
Senior, can you tell me why?
Xian Yuanshou could not help but ask.
Didn't I say?
1 doesn't have the time, 2 doesn't have the energy, I still have my own things to do, I don't want to be tied down.
Chapter 1081, Reaching an Agreement. No time. No energy. Don't want to be bound.
Xian Yuanshou grasped these 3 points. Then a plan came to his mind. Elder. If it is just for you to hang on to the name of an ally and contain Pang Jong, without having to appear at all times or stay in the Sacred Alliance all the time, just showing up when necessary, do you think it is feasible? Lin Dong was caught in a brief moment of thought upon hearing this. It did not seem like it would be impossible if it was merely a matter of hanging around. He certainly did not want to watch the Star Void Realm become a mess, with wars everywhere, ordinary people displaced, and the people suffering.
This is also fine? Lin Dong's doppelganger did not immediately refuse this time, but instead asked in return.
Xian Yuanshou's heart was delighted. There was a chance.
As long as it did not want to immediately reject it like it did just now, it was fine.
Of course it is possible. Senior's role is to restrain Pang Jong, so that he is wary and cannot do whatever he wants, just leave the rest to me.
Xian Yuanshou added. Alliance Master Xian Yuan. The Sacred Alliance Alliance Lord isn't something you can just be if you want to, right?
I haven't stayed in the Sacred Alliance and I
have no seniority. It can be said that I don't know a single person in the Sacred Alliance, so I can sit in this position just based on my strength? I'm afraid that no one will be convinced.
Lin Dong stated the doubts in his heart.
This senior can be completely assured.
As long as you nod your head, you do not need to worry about everything else, just leave it to me. I will ask for the position of a deputy alliance leader to take care of everything. You only need to show up at that time and show your strength.
Xian Yuanshou said confidently. With his prestige in the Sacred Alliance, it was indeed possible to do this. Just by opening his mouth, 99% of the people would obey. Take the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team as an example. It was only when Pang Zhong suppressed it with the force of a peak Saint King level that he was able to make the law enforcement team obey his orders for the time being. But the moment Xian Yuanshou appeared, immediately they turned against him. This was the disparity. Even if Pang Zhong was strong, he couldn't do anything to make people so convinced. That's fine. However, I can say it in advance, I am only titular, I will not interfere in any affairs of the Sacred Alliance, everything will just be decided by you, and I will not stay in the Sacred Alliance all the time, I have my own things that need to be done, and only when Pang Zhong comes out to do something again, you can contact me, and my task will be to deal with him, and I don't care about anything else. Lin Dong said seriously. He did not mind much about hanging in aim. He was afraid that when the time came, he would have to be approached for any trivial matters. That would be troublesome. What Lin Dong was most afraid of was trouble. Alright. Senior will just agree, I don't care about anything else, I will only be responsible for restraining Pang Zhong, usually you will be busy with your own business. Xian Yuanshou said happily. With the containment of this senior in front of him, Pang Zhong was bound to pick up a lot. His plan to create chaos, unify the Star Void Realm, and collect the power of faith was basically impossible to realize. I'll leave it to you then. Whenever you need me to step in, just let me know, and don't look for me if you are usually fine. Lin Dong agreed. The others had spoken to this point. He also had no reason to refuse. It was still good to make a small contribution to the peace of the Star Void Realm. Many thanks, Senior. It's just a small matter. Although this isn't much to Senior, for the entire Star Void Realm humanity, it's a moment of changing destiny. On behalf of everyone, I solemnly thank Senior, please accept my obeisance, Senior. With that, Xian Yuanshou stood up and bowed to Lin Dong's doppelganger. Where would Lin Dong be able to accept such a great honor? He hurriedly stopped the other party. What is Alliance Master Xian Yuan doing? Isn't this sarcasm? Compared to you, I am still far behind. Frankly speaking, I cannot be as impartial as you are. It is your noble spirit that is worthy of learning from all of us. The two of them were polite to each other and left their contact information behind. Xian Yuanshou then left with the Sacred Alliance law enforcement team. Lin Dong was promised. However, there were still a lot of things to be done if he wanted to push into the position of the Sacred Alliance's alliance head. First of all, he had to get the support of all the department heads of the Sacred Alliance. Then there was also the need to rope in at least 2 vice alliance heads. All of these required Xian Yuanshou's personal efforts. No one else could replace them. Not even Meng Qing, the leader of the Sacred Alliance's law enforcement team. After Xian Yuanshou left, Lin Dong, in line with the principle of saving wherever he could, immediately withdrew his detachment. Essence blood was not the same as ordinary blood, it was the essence of blood, and anything that could replenish it was at the level of heavenly materials and treasures that were worth a lot of money. Next, Lin Dong was naturally warmly embraced by the entire Su family. However, after realizing that Lin Dong's master had already had something to leave, Su Can and the others still had some regrets. This was a peak Saint King level existence. It was a pity that they had not been able to further develop a good relationship. It was good that Lin Dong had not left. Getting on good terms with Lin Dong was just the same. From the conversation between the master and disciple, it was able to be seen that the two had a very good relationship, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were like father and son. What Lin Dong said, his master was very concerned about. There were times outsiders were sweating over what Lin Dong said to his master. They felt that they would definitely be punished for disrespecting their master like this. On the contrary, his master teacher did not care at all. He even cheerfully went along with Lin Dong's words. This showed that people had a good relationship. Lin Dong's position in his master's heart was also heavy. He is not formalized. It is assumed that this is how he usually speaks. It was a habit that could not be changed for a while. For the Su family's enthusiasm, Lin Dong could only accept it silently.
If not for the fact that it was not good to leave suddenly,
he would have gone straight away. How can he say that he is also a friend of the Su family? To leave without even greeting them would be going too far.
First, the three true saint levels of the Su family received Lindong, followed by Su Luan and Su Jingyuan.
The contents were similar. Anyway, it was to thank Lindong and his master for their assistance so that the Su family could survive this calamity of extinction, and if there was anything that the Su family needed in the future, they told Lindong to open his mouth, and the Su family would definitely fulfill it with all their might.
Finally, Su Xueling was allowed to meet with Lindong alone. The purpose was self-evident. Naturally, he wanted to push Su Xueling in front of Lindong, and it would be best if he could have a little something with Lindong. Such a strong backer.
Wanting to firmly grasp it. Marriage was the most effective way. Everyone else understood this. The two parties involved certainly understood as well. For the family's arrangement,
Su Xueling not only did not have any rejection.
Instead, her heart was overjoyed. Sooner or later, a woman had to marry. Since this was the case, then why not marry a man that you like and can help the family? Just as a woman.
Su Xueling's skin was still a bit thin. She could not do that kind of thing where she would drop everything and follow Lindong.
She could only give Lindong some hints either explicitly or implicitly. Hopefully, Lindong would take the initiative. However, in response,
Lindong could only pretend not to know. He had not even dealt with the matters in his own backyard properly. How could he dare to recruit another woman?
Chapter 1082 Three Things. Bidding farewell to the Su family's crowd.
In the eyes of Su Xueling's grudging eyes, Lindong took a step within the spatial crack and left the Su family. A supreme character like Mr. Lin and having a master at the peak of the Saint King level to teach him, I don't know when I will see him again until the next time. Perhaps by then he will have already achieved the Saint King level and stand at the top of the Star Void realm.
Su Luan sighed.
With Lindong's natural talent, stepping into the Saint King level is inevitable. Two Saint Kings from one sect, even if his sect only has two masters and disciples, there is no power in the Star Void realm that can rival him.
Su Kan followed suit. Right, Xueling. How are you doing with Mr. Lin? After talking for so long just now, has there been any progress at all?
Su Jingyuan turned his head towards Su Xueling and asked. The others also looked their gazes over. It was clear that they were all concerned about this issue. If Su Xueling could have something happen with Lindong,
wouldn't the Su family follow suit? In the future, which other power in the Star Void realm would dare to mess with it? Seventh Grandpa, stop it, he is just a log, he doesn't understand anything.
Su Xueling replied with a grumpy expression.
How did she not want to have some intimate relationship with Lindong? Nay, Lindong kept pretending that he did not understand anything, so what could be done?
There was no way to dominate him.
Wasn't that all the usual tricks that men used? How could she use it as a woman? Xueling Mr. Lin doesn't understand, so you should take the initiative. I am a girl, I've already hinted enough to understand, how else can I take the initiative? Could I still directly force him with my hands?
Su Xueling was full of grievances.
How can hinting work?
Lindong and his master have been in closed-door cultivation, seldom contact outsiders, do not understand this aspect of men and women is very normal, you light hints, how can he understand?
Xueling Want to seize their own happiness, you have to take the initiative, now is not the time to be shy, Lindong such a person, as long as it is with him in contact with the woman, there is no not like, after the door to the woman is more than enough, then again regret can be too late. Su Kan persuaded bitterly. Then, what about that?
Old ancestor, now Lindong has already left. Su Xueling was also a little flustered.
The old ancestor was right. A man like Lindong.
His own strength was strong not to mention.
The background was even unrivaled. In addition, his temper was good. Completely free of all the problems of a direct descendant of a large family. He is simply perfect. Which woman would not like it when she meets him?
Su Xueling still remembered the first time she met Lindong. The woman beside him, who was still charming and seemed to be called Zhu Manlin, looked at Lindong with that feeling of longing to be conquered by the other party. That should have been the first
woman Lindong met after he came out. If it wasn't for having a daughter.
It was estimated that he would have already chased after Lin Dong backwards without any regard.
It doesn't matter if you leave now. Don't you guys still have contact information?
If you are fine, contact more contacts. Anyway, you are the president of the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank, and Lin Dong's master and disciple of shares in the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank, so you can talk about the future direction and whatnot. I will leave the matters of the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank entirely to you.
Su Kan said. I understand. Thank you, old ancestor. No need to thank me.
I am also doing this for the sake of the Su family. If you can truly follow Lin Dong, even if it is just a maid who serves him in his life, the Su family will also follow the light.
The next time,
Lin Dong was not in a hurry to return to Earth. There were still 3 things that he needed to do.
The first was to collect resources. After returning to Earth,
there were no resources to support Yun Shi and the girls to cultivate. Therefore, it was necessary to be in the Star Void realm and return with enough resources to be able to do so. Otherwise, if they could not reach the Eternal Realm, their lifespan would be very short. Lin Dong did not want to watch everyone die one by one in front of him. Moreover, he also needed to collect some heavenly treasures that could increase his essence blood.
The matter of collecting resources was naturally best left to the Treasure Basin Merchant Company.
As the major shareholder of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, occupying as much as 45% of the shares, it was reasonable to say that he did not need to spend any money. But Lin Dong disagreed and told Su Shueling, to each his own. If he is not allowed to spend money, then he will look for another merchant bank to acquire. Su Shueling had no choice but to quietly charge below cost. The Divine Magnificence points could not continue to be used to enhance his strength for Lin Dong, but it was still possible to enhance other skills.
For example, the split skill. This skill was extremely useful to Lin Dong. He was now at the half-step void god level. An additional bilocation was tantamount to having an additional half-step void god level battle power. How terrifying was this?
The system showed that 1 million Divine Magnificence points were required if one wished to raise the level of the split art again.
After raising it, one more bilocation would be possible. Then the next time, it would definitely be 10 million.
In other words, with only 11 million Divine Magnificence points, Lin Dong would be able to create 2 more bilocations. Together with the main body and the original 1 bilocation, there were a total of 4 half-step void god levels.
In the Star Void realm where the highest battle power was only the peak of the Saint King level, what was the concept of having 4 half-step void god level battle powers? I dare not imagine. One could easily turn one's hand into a cloud and one's hand into rain.
At any time, the entire Star Void realm could be reduced to rubble. Gathering resources and upgrading the level of his split art was Lin Dong's first task. The second thing was to wait for Xin Yuanshou's notification to show up at the Sacred Alliance, hang up the name of the Sacred Alliance's alliance leader, contain Pang Zhong, and sort of contribute to the peace of the Starry Void realm. The last thing was what Lin Dong had promised Gongsun Shimeng: to send an alter ego into the 7-colored glazed sect to explore the secrets of the Forbidden Land. He would certainly not break his promise when it was within his power to do so. Furthermore, Lin Dong was also curious to know,
since the establishment of the 7-colored glazed sect, what was going on when so many sage realms had disappeared after entering the Forbidden Land?
Anyway, even if they encountered a heavenly crisis, they would only lose a few drops of essence blood. When all 3 things were accomplished, it would be the time for Lin Dong to return to Earth's seclusion with the crowd. At that time, he would be greeted by the days of picking chrysanthemums from the east fence and leisurely seeing the South Mountain. This was what Lin Dong yearned for. Instead of being high above the world and controlling the lives and deaths of all living beings, Lin Dong had never had such an ambition. It did not take long. Su Shueling sent another message.
The Dong Lai Merchant Bank was unblocked.
Lin Dong of course did not have time to ask about it, and still handed it over to Xu Manlin to take care of. When he was initially threatened by the Pang family, he sent Xu Manlin and her mother and daughter to a safe place to hide. The two were also always in contact. Xu Manlin often sent messages of concern, and as long as Lin Dong did not reply, she would connect to Lin Dong's communicator after a while. Fearing that something had happened to Lin Dong. For this kind of concern, Lin Dong was helpless. And at the same time, he could only accept it silently. His character was destined to become indifferent. There was no potential for a lord at all. No matter how strong his strength was, he could only become a hero who saved all living beings, but could not become a lord with his feet on countless corpses and bones.
Chapter 1083. Who else is there?
Time slowly passed as Lin Dong waited. While collecting resources, his divine magnificence points were also increasing. It was now possible to summon 2 doppelgangers. And it was not far from the third bilocation. In the Star Void realm, summoning 3 doppelgangers was already the limit. It was the same as strength.
If one wanted to continue to improve, one would have to travel to a higher level civilization to be able to do so.
Nowadays, Lin Dong had no intention of leaving for the time being. His half-step void god level strength, coupled with the 3 doppelgangers, was completely sufficient to deal with all sorts of emergencies. Even if the Star Void realm produced a half-step void god level at some point, Lin Dong would not be afraid. However, he was able to summon 3 bilocations of equal strength. With 4 against 1 and 3 divine artifacts, it was a crushing situation any way you looked at it.
A half-step void god level would not be enough for him to fight. During this period of time,
the Star Void realm was in a state of flux. Pang Jong breaking through to the peak of the Saint King level, defeating Shen Yuanshou, and taking his place was already a big news story, shocking countless people. As a result, it hadn't even been long since then, and another strong person had come out who was an even match for Pang Jong.
Was the Star Void realm about to change?
Shen Yuanshou, the once recognized number 1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm, had suddenly become number 3. It was unknown how long this third position would remain.
The name Shen Yuanshou had long been ingrained in everyone's hearts. Many of the people who idolized Shen Yuanshou were outright unable to accept this reality. After the Pang family's failed invasion of the Su family by the Pang family, the Su family had also leapt to become the favorite of the Star Void realm. Being able to withstand an attack by Pang Zhong carrying the Sacred Alliance enforcement team and a large portion of the Pang family's power was not something that anyone could do. Who didn't know that the Su family had a peak Saint King level backer behind them now? Even Pang Zhong, the trusted Sacred Alliance master, couldn't do anything about the Su family. The other forces naturally wouldn't strike a stone with an egg to find trouble with the Su family. At this moment, the Su family released words at the right time. Half of the Treasure Bowl Merchant Company belonged to Lin Dong's master and disciples. As soon as the news came out, the major merchant houses were collectively shocked. From now on, in terms of background, the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank was undoubtedly the most bullish. Directly pulling a peak Saint King level on board, this wave of operation was no one else. One could meet that the Treasure Basin Merchant Guild would definitely be a dominant player in the business world in the future. Unless the Pang family supported a merchant bank and fought against it, no one would have the guts. Of course, there were also some unkind voices in the dark. They said that the Su family was leading the wolves into the house. It won't be long before the Su family gets what's coming to them. That's what they said. But if there was really a peak Saint King level who was willing to join, I'm afraid that all the merchant houses would kneel down and beg for cooperation. With such a backer, one would be able to walk sideways in the Star Void realm. Are you still worried that you won't be able to grow your business firm? This was the intimidating power of a peak Saint King level powerhouse in the Starry Void realm. As for the Donglai Merchant Company, it was no longer of much use to Lin Dong. Therefore, it was decided not to expose their relationship. With Zhu Manlin's vision and experience, navigating the Donglai Merchant Company of today was a bit overwhelming. If he let others know that the Donglai Merchant Bank was his, then the momentum will develop. Even if Zhu Manlin is exhausted, there is nothing she can do. Lin Dong is not going to ask for the Donglai Commercial Bank, just consider it as a gift to Zhu Manlin. On this day, Lin Dong received a message from Shen Yuanshou. He was told to make a trip to the Sacred Alliance. All the preparations in the early stages had been completed. It was just waiting for Lin Dong to arrive. The second thing was going to be completed. Originally, he had thought that he would have to wait for a long time. Unexpectedly, Shen Yuanshou was still quite efficient. Bidding farewell to the crowd, Lin Dong set off on his way to the central region. The place where they lived was also in the central divine continent, only that it was in a more remote place in the western region. It was not too far away from the Sacred Alliance headquarters in the central region. With Lin Dong's speed in the 8-dimensional space, it would not take long to arrive. In the middle of the journey, Lin Dong put on a mask and still pretended to look like an old man. following the coordinates given by Xian Yuan Shou.
Just as Lin Dong approached, he saw an old man waiting.
Who was it if not Xian Yuan Shou?
Senior. The moment he saw Lin Dong, Xian Yuan Shou hurriedly went forward to greet him.
Alliance Master Xian Yuan has been waiting for a long time. Lin Dong replied back in a pale voice. Senior is not saying anything.
As long as Senior can come, Senior is willing to wait for as long as it takes. An old man was calling Senior in front of Lin Dong. Engaging Lin Dong was still a bit uncomfortable.
Practically speaking,
his age was not a fraction of a point worse than Xian Yuan Shou. Probably a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the other party was much older than him.
Then let's get down to business first, Lin Dong urged.
Good.
Senior, please.
Xian Yuan Shou was making a gesture of invitation after he finished speaking.
Lin Dong also walked ahead without any politeness.
After all, his current identity was an old monster who had lived for countless years. Xian Yuan Shou led Lin Dong into the Sacred Alliance to a luxurious room.
The two of them walked through the 8-dimensional space all the way without alerting anyone.
It seemed that Xian Yuan Shou was also trying to keep Lin Dong's arrival a secret for the time being. Senior, rest here for a few moments. Senior will go and gather all the top echelons of the Sacred Alliance to remove Pang Zhong's position as the Alliance leader and push you up, Xian Yuan Shou said politely.
Go ahead, Alliance Master Xian Yuan. Just let me know directly when you need me to make an appearance.
Lin Dong nodded.
With that, Xian Yuan Shou left. 2 hours later, Sacred Alliance Council Hall. Pang Zhong was seated at the position of the Alliance Lord.
To the left and right were the 5 Vice Alliance Masters, and Xian Yuan Shou was among them. Continuing on this was the heads of the various parts of the Sacred Alliance, including the head of the law enforcement team, Meng Qing. Almost all of them were at the true saint level. One could imagine how strong the Sacred Alliance was.
At this moment, the atmosphere in the council chamber was a bit gloomy.
It was because one of the Vice Alliance Masters, Xian Yuan Shou, had voiced his opinion. Pang Zhong was not suitable to be the Sacred Alliance's alliance leader. This caused the atmosphere of the scene, which was already not too harmonious, to drop to the freezing point all of a sudden. There was no change on Pang Zhong's face.
It was only puzzled as he asked, Vice Alliance Master Xian Yuan, is there any reason for you to say that I am unsuitable to serve as the Sacred Alliance's Alliance Master? Pang Zhong, in order to achieve your own goals, you disregarded the deaths and lives of all humans in the Star Void realm, used your power for personal gain, willfully waged war against the Su family, and tried to unveil the prelude to the Star Void realm's great chaos. Isn't this enough?
Xian Yuan Shou accused without any scruples.
I didn't use my power for personal gain, we just have different philosophies. It's right that you want everyone to live a peaceful life, while I want everyone to grow in adversity. Is that wrong? You've been in charge of the Holy Alliance for so many years, it's time for a different approach.
Your so-called growth in adversity is built on the bones of countless humans, Xian Yuan Shou said angrily.
That can't be helped. It's better than you making everyone a flower in a greenhouse.
I won't agree to that. As long as there's a day where I, Xian Yuan Shou, am around, you won't be able to do that.
Then, Vice Alliance Master Xian Yuan, tell me, since I'm not suitable to be this Sacred Alliance's Alliance Master, who is? You, the defeated general? Pang Zhong snorted. Naturally, it's not me either. Xian Yuan Shou replied calmly. Oh? It's not you?
Then tell me, who else in the Star Void realm is qualified to hold the position of Sacred Alliance leader?
Chapter 1084, Angering Pang Zhong. Me. Pang Zhong's words had just fallen.
An old voice rang out from the council chamber.
It caused everyone to be stunned.
Someone actually dared to barge into the Sacred Alliance and interrupt the meeting of the top echelons of the Sacred Alliance.
Wasn't this looking for death? Who is sneaking around? Get the hell out of this seat. Pang Zhong scolded sternly.
Standing up, he casually waved his hand. A spatial crack appeared right in front of him. The location of the person who spoke was accurately found. He was about to directly reach his hand into the spatial crack and grab the person who had just spoken out, daring to take his Pang Zhong's words.
Simply not knowing how to die.
However, before Pang Zhong's hand could enter the spatial crack, a hand came out from inside and collided with it.
Boom! There was a loud bang, causing a violent tremor.
At the same time, a huge force spread out from the place of collision. All of the furnishings in the council chamber turned into ashes. The 5 Saint King level Vice Alliance Masters, as well as a group of true Saint level Sacred Alliance executives, were all forced into corners. If it wasn't for the 2 who were exchanging blows withdrawing their strength in time,
just this one hit alone would have leveled the entire Sacred Alliance to the ground.
A fight at the peak of the Saint King level. A random strike had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Easily destroying a continent wasn't even a difficult task. Luckily, both of them knew that this was not the place to make a move and withdrew their force, which prevented them from causing a greater disaster.
Pang Jong was caught off guard and was forced to take 2 steps backward.
The hand reaching out from the spatial crack also retreated. Then an old man with a bent waist, packed back, and a silver mask stepped out.
"It's you!" Pang Jong gritted his teeth and stared at the figure in front of him.
The moment he had just exchanged blows, he knew the identity of the other party. There was only one person in the Star Void realm who could force him back. That was the old monster that had suddenly appeared in the Su family. If the other party hadn't appeared,
the Su family would have been exterminated long ago.
The Star Void realm would have been in chaos long ago as well. One's own plans would have taken a huge step forward.
For Lin Dong, Pang Jong could be described as hating him to the bone.
However, there was nothing better he could do. This old thing that had suddenly appeared had obviously stepped into the peak of the Saint King level for many years and had reached the extreme of the Saint realm. As long as he accumulated enough faith power, he could ignite the divine fire at any time, refining the divine power and stepping into another realm. On the other hand, he himself had only just entered the peak of the Saint King level, and was still so far from the extreme. Coupled with the fact that the other party had lived much longer than he had, there would be no shortage of various underhanded means. Even if Pang Jong gave his all, he wouldn't necessarily be able to win.
The end result could only be a lose-lose situation. "It's me."
"Youngster, you ran away before our last battle was over, so let's take this opportunity to fight again today and see who is the number 1 strongest person in this Star Void realm."
The moment Lin Dong opened his mouth, it was an appointment to fight. Pang Jong waited viciously for this old thing in front of him.
If he could beat the other party, he would have been nonchalant a long time ago. The last time they fought, Pang Jong could obviously feel that this old thing was stronger than himself, but his movements were a bit rusty, which must have been caused by being in seclusion for too long. As soon as he came, he couldn't wait to fight with himself. The purpose was simple: he hadn't fought for too long and wanted to find someone to familiarize himself with.
How could Pang Jong let the other party have his way? Right now they were still able to fight on equal footing. If he really waited for this old thing to completely and skillfully control his own power, would he still be able to beat the other party?
"Old thing. This is the Sacred Alliance, it's not a place for you to spread your wildness. I'm in a meeting right now, I don't have time to accompany you in your madness. Hurry up and get out of here, or else I'm going to join hands with a few Vice Alliance Masters to drive you away, and when that time comes, don't say that we, the Sacred Alliance, are bullying the lesser with the greater."
Pang Jong angrily rebuked. Even if he fought, he would have to pull a few others in and fight together.
If there were 2 more Saint King levels to help,
Pang Jong wouldn't be afraid of this old monster in front of him.
"Youngster, who are you trying to scare? I was invited to come here, or else do you think I'd have enough to eat and run here for? Although this Sacred Alliance is not bad, it is not as good as that doghouse of mine," Lin Dong said casually. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, it was only then that the Sacred Alliance executives present remembered.
Hadn't Xian Yuanshou just said that Pang Jong was not suitable to be the Sacred Alliance's alliance leader? The person he was going to nominate could not be the old man in front of him, right? Most likely it was. If you want to drive Pang Jong out of the position of alliance leader, how can you do it without enough strength? How can we do that if we don't have enough strength?
This person was able to fight Pang Jong to a draw in the Su clan, so his strength was at least at the peak of the Saint King level. He was the only one with this strength.
But strength is strength. After all, he is not a member of the Holy League. How could one serve as the Holy League's alliance leader? Pang Jong immediately landed his gaze on Xian Yuanshou. "Xian Yuanshou, you want to kick me off the stage and let this old thing serve as the Sacred Alliance's alliance leader? What's not to like?"
The fact that Senior was able to stop you from destroying the Su clan proves that he has a heart for the living beings of the Star Void realm, and is more suitable for the position of Sacred Alliance leader than someone like you, who is stirring up a war for his own selfish reasons. Xian Yuanshou said rightfully.
Ha ha ha.
Xian Yuanshou, you are truly ridiculous.
An old thing that appeared out of nowhere with an unknown origin, and you want him to serve as the Sacred Alliance's alliance leader? You're out of your mind. Do you ask if all of you in the Sacred Alliance would agree?
Pang Zhong said with a big smile.
Pang Zhong. Since I dared to mention it, do you think I'm not a little prepared?
Xian Yuanshou said slowly.
Pang Zhong put away his laughter.
He stared at Xian Yuanshou dead in the face.
Only then did he remember.
With the prestige Xian Yuanshou had built up in the Sacred Alliance, as long as he opened his mouth, the vast majority of the Sacred Alliance hierarchy would support him. Adding to that, Xian Yuanshou's comments about the Pang family wanting to unify the Starry Void Realm had already taken effect.
Several of the Vice Alliance masters would also be wary. They didn't want the Pang family to be the only one. Containing each other was the best way. Under such circumstances, the result of the vote was predictable.
If there wasn't an old monster here, Pang Zhong would have already been unable to hold back his hand to teach Xian Yuanshou a lesson. It was almost impossible for a Saint King level to kill a Saint King level. Even if a peak Saint King level wanted to kill an early Saint King level, it would be the same. However, that was based on the weak party trying to run away, and it would definitely be difficult for the other party to chase after them and resolve the situation.
But if the weaker one didn't choose to run away and instead chose to fight hard,
then the outcome would be unpredictable. After Xian Yuanshou discovered Pang Zhong's true strength last time, he didn't choose to run away and was ultimately injured by Pang Zhong.
Xian Yuanshou, what exactly do you want? The Sacred Alliance is not yours alone. You can make whoever you want to be the alliance leader. Who do you think you are?
Pang Zhong was getting a little out of control. If he lost the position of alliance leader, there was another old thing who had reached the extreme end of the Saint Realm watching from the sidelines. How long would it be before he could accomplish his plans?
The Sacred Alliance is certainly not mine. Rather, it's for all humans in the entire Star Void Realm, and if you want to be this alliance leader, you have to make it your duty to maintain peace in the Star Void Realm, and since you, Pang Zhong, can't do that, then get off.
Xian Yuanshou said with a body full of justice.
He's an old thing of unknown origin. How do you know that he doesn't have ulterior motives?
Pang Zhong pointed at Lin Dong and questioned loudly.
Chapter 1085, Shedding Bones.
This is not something you need to worry about.
There is an agreement between Senior and I.
He is just hanging on to his name. Everything else about the Sacred Alliance will not be involved, and everything will run according to the original trajectory.
Xian Yuanshou explained.
His words were not only spoken to Pang Zhong, but also to the others at the same time.
Xian Yuanshou, why do you just have to go against me? Pang Zhong asked with a sigh. Pang Zhong,
if you are able to take the peace of the Star Void Realm as your own responsibility, and do not start a war or create chaos, the position of the Sacred Alliance's Lord, if you want it, take it, but if you can't do it, then you will have to hand it over.
This old thing is actually something you specifically found to contain me, right? You don't want me to feel at ease as this Alliance Lord anyway? You can understand it that way.
Xian Yuanshou graciously admitted. He had also used the excuse that the two true Saint-level peaks were containing each other to talk the remaining few Vice Alliance lords into it. It was better for the two to keep each other in check than for the Pang clan to be a dominant force.
Everyone understood this. Xian Yuanshou, you seek death. Pang Zhong shouted.
Enraged to the extreme, his body's aura exploded into the sky.
Under the full force outburst of a peak true Saint-level powerhouse, the Holy Union would be razed to the ground.
Even the central region and even the entire central divine continent would be affected. Pang Zhong had been overcome with rage and was completely controlled by his anger. From the moment the Pang family died two true saint-level powerhouses, he had been holding a fire in his heart. Eventually, he learned from the situation.
The murderer was most likely Lin Dong's master and disciple.
Then the plan against the Su family failed again.
Now Xian Yuanshou
had even united all the Sacred Alliance's top echelons, as well as an outsider to deal with him. At this moment, Pang Zhong only wanted to vent. In the face of Pang Zhong's sudden outburst, several Saint King-level Vice Alliance masters were about to join hands to fight against it. Lin Dong had already acted long ago. Firstly, he used his spiritual energy to form an invisible boundary around him and Pang Zhong, preventing injury to innocence. At the same time, the aura of a peak Saint King level was also declared out afterward. The two peak Saint King level auras collided within a small space. A black hole was immediately formed. Lin Dong and Pang Zhong instantly disappeared into the black hole. The scene immediately quieted down. Only a blackened hole remained. An endless pressure emanated from within. It made even the true saint level feel scared. Lin Dong had also gained the goodwill of the crowd by bringing Pang Zhong to fight in the high-dimensional space. At least it proved that this person was not the type of person who treated life like grass. As you have all seen, I am not talking nonsense when I said that Pang Zhong is not suitable to serve as the Sacred Alliance's alliance leader. He is a person who does not care about other people's lives and deaths, and only has his own interests in his heart. How can such a person take on this great responsibility? Once he takes control of the Sacred Alliance, what fairness is there in the Starry Void realm to speak of? Xian Yuanshu said as he looked at the black hole not far away. What Alliance Master Xian Yuan said is true. We were also compelled by him to join together and do something to force the palace. Please don't take it to heart, Alliance Master Xian Yuan. One of the Vice Alliance Lords, Ji family's great ancestor Ji Wuling concurred. Alliance Master Xian Yuan, back then, Pang Zhong showed his peak Saint King level strength in front of us and made numerous promises before we did so, but now, he still hasn't honored any of them, a complete backstabber. Jong Taiyin of the Jong clan also spoke out. The other two Saint King level vice allies then made their voices heard as well. The reason why they had promised Pang Zhong in the first place and pushed him to become the Alliance Lord. For one thing, it was because Pang Zhong had broken through to the peak of the Saint King rank and was deterred by the other party's strength. Secondly, they actually wanted the Star Void realm to be in chaos so that they could take advantage of the chaos to develop and strengthen themselves. Pang Zhong had selfishness. They weren't any better. It was only now that Xian Yuanshu had a helper at the peak of the Saint King level, along with his own strength at the late Saint King level and his prestige in the Sacred Alliance. A few people wouldn't necessarily be able to win even if they joined forces. That was why it was dry to bite back at Pang Zhong. Xian Yuanshu naturally understood all of this. But he also had no choice but to play dumb. Otherwise wouldn't he be pushing the 4 Saint King levels into Pang Zhong's camp? Everyone. The Star Void realm as a whole, we can't just look at the immediate benefits. How can there be any eggs when the nest is overturned? When the Star Void realm encounters a great tribulation one day in the future, no one will be able to escape. We only have a chance if we are united. Xian Yuanshu said in a serious tone. In the 8-dimensional space, the two figures were colliding with each other at a speed invisible to the naked eye. This time, Lin Dong was using his strength at the limit of the Saint realm. Facing Pang Zhong, who had just entered the peak of the Saint King level, he was completely suppressing his opponent. Of course, having the upper hand was having the upper hand, but he was unable to cause any substantial damage to Pang Zhong. After all, they were at the same rank, and there was a very small gap. Both of them took out their weapons. The 8-dimensional space was battered by them. Every now and then, they were able to break through the barrier connecting the 9th-dimensional space. As the battle continued, Pang Zhong also slowly snapped out of the rage that filled him. His guess was indeed correct. This old thing's strength had already reached the limit of the Saint realm. It was now gradually adapting to the battle. He himself was a bit out of his depth. It was impossible to win. Even if one used more means, it would be the same. If he had his own cards, it was impossible for the old thing not to have them. Continuing to fight would only make him more miserable. After calming down, Pang Zhong already had the intention to retreat. 7-colored continent. 7-colored glazed sect, Forbidden Land. Morong Chinga was still sitting in the small water pool. The medicinal water in the small pool of water had almost dried up, and what could reach her chest in the beginning had now disappeared 0.9%. It wouldn't be long before it would probably disappear completely. Looking over at this moment, it was possible to see Morong Chinga's body without a single piece of clothing, clearly. Yet no one could appreciate such a beautiful view. The 4 Gong Ru sisters were also still in place. Their faces looked ghastly white, as if they had been seriously injured, with barely a trace of blood. The damage caused to the 4 sisters by the execution of the forbidden technique was very great. On the contrary, Morong Chinga in the water pool, it looked practically glowing. It was as if they had shed their bones.
The skin all over her body was crystal clear with a hint of pink. One couldn't help but want to touch it just by looking at it. The face was also watery and flushed. The entire person's temperament had changed radically. The eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Silver teeth were clenched. The body carried a hint of trembling. It seemed like it was still suffering great pain. That look. Anyone who saw it, I'm afraid they would feel pity, and women were no exception. If a man approached Morong Chinga at this time, he could smell a distinctive fragrance. This fragrance would cause a man to passively fall into desire. Morong Chinga's seductive body was on the verge of completely maturing. How powerful was a mature seductive body? No one had ever encountered it. It was because this type of body was too rare. The Gongru sisters had spent millions of years before finding one person, Bailey Yanhong. All the other physiques had been collected. Only the charming body was missing. And now, the charming body was close to succeeding. Chapter 1086, Morong Chinga's Mind. 3 days later. When the last drop of medicinal water in the pool of water beneath Morong Chinga turned into a wisp of green smoke that was absorbed into her body, the tightly furrowed brows finally slowly loosened. The pain was also gradually leaving her. Relying on her willpower, she persevered. At this time, Morong Chinga had completed a complete and utter metamorphosis, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she had been transformed. In an extremely short amount of time, she had traveled a path that others couldn't finish in a lifetime. The speed of the increase in strength was horrifying, even compared to Lin Dong, who possessed a system. However, it was in the case where Lin Dong did not have Divine Magnificence points. Once he had Divine Magnificence points, Lin Dong's speed of strength increase was unrivaled. It was unique in the vast universe. Of course, Morong Chinga's kind of reliance on external enhancement was still not comparable to Lin Dong. Lin Dong only needed to spend money to obtain Divine Magnificence points, and he was able to do so without any side effects. This was the power of the system. Morong Chinga, on the other hand, could not. This enhancement had cost countless precious heavenly materials, not to mention the fact that it had cost her countless precious heavenly materials. Her 4 masters had also collectively fallen a level. From the true saint level, they fell back to the pseudo-saint level. This level of payment, not to mention the star void realm, even if one looked at the entire universe, it was a rare occurrence. The 4 true saint levels had paid such a large price to exchange for a beginning saint realm. How could one look at such a deal? It was a loss. If Morong Chinga's charming body wasn't of great use to the Gongru sisters, and if they had to enter the saint realm to do so, how could they possibly do such a thing? The mature charming body was the final and most important part of the task for the 4 sisters. This was because the charmed body was simply too rare. In millions of years, they had only encountered 2 of them. One of them wasn't even the one they found. It was good that they had paid so much. Finally, they had cultivated Morong Chinga to the saint realm. Everything was worth it. The Gongru sisters opened their eyes at the same time and looked at the. Although their faces were frighteningly pale and their bodies were weak to the extreme. However, there were surprised smiles on their faces. Success! Morong Chinga didn't fail their sister's expectations, relying on her resilience to pull through, absorbing all the energy and elevating to the saint realm. The charming body had also finally matured. Right now, their bodies were weak. It would take a little time to recover next. When their bodies completely recovered, they could proceed to the final step. Completing the task that had been pressed on their sisters for millions of years. Haruka! Have you woken up? How do you feel? Gongru couldn't help but ask. Her voice was small. It seemed like it was a bit of an effort to even speak. It could be seen how much this forbidden art had depleted them. Back to third master, Chinga has woken up. I feel that my body has undergone a huge change. I'm experiencing it carefully. I'm unable to salute the several masters. Please forgive me. Morong Chinga closed her eyes and replied with a voice full of magnetism. If her voice was heard by a man, it would definitely stir up endless desires in his heart. This was the body of mature seduction. Every move, even the sound of her voice as she spoke, was filled with infinite temptation. A normal man would simply be unable to resist. To say that in the past, Huangfu Xie and Morong Chinga could be called Earth's absolute twin beauties. The 2 were not even close to each other no matter which way they were compared.
But now, Morong Chinga had surpassed Huangfu Shiyu by more than one level. It's right for changes to occur. You have now cultivated a saint body and stepped into the saint realm, becoming one of the few female saints in the Star Void realm. It's really something to be congratulated. Gong Ru said with a smile. Despite her not-so-good physical state, her mood was quite good. The pale faces of the remaining three also revealed smiles.
Chinga,
you really didn't fail our expectations and pull through by your own willpower. More than not living up to our expectations, it's simply too much better than what we expected. Chinga is the woman with the strongest willpower I've ever seen. Her future accomplishments are unlimited. Our sisters can be considered successors. It's not worth the cost we've spent. The three of them opened their mouths one after another, and their words were all unstinting compliments. For Chinga to be able to be where she is today, it's all thanks to the four masters. Without your dedication, Chinga would still be just an ordinary woman, and to reach her current achievements, I don't know how much time it would take, and perhaps even a lifetime of hard work wouldn't be possible.
Morong Chinga said gratefully.
Don't be presumptuous, this forbidden art. The four of us sisters have certainly given a lot, but Chinga, if you didn't have enough willpower and couldn't hold on, you wouldn't be able to have the present either, so we masters and disciples are considered to be accomplishing things for each other.
No matter what.
The kindness of the four masters, Chinga remembers it in her heart and will never forget it in this life.
Morong Chinga said solemnly.
Chinga, with your words, our sisters' efforts have not been in vain, so you take care of yourself in adapting to your surging strength.
We're also leaving to recover our bodies.
For masters, please.
After Haruka has thoroughly adapted, she will come back to greet the four masters. Ending the conversation.
The four Gongru sisters each glanced at Morong Chinga, and then they left with satisfied smiles.
Morong Chinga was able to get there in one step. It was really a bit out of their expectations. While unexpected, they were more than happy. In this way, an unknown amount of time had been saved. Right now, the most important thing was to recover the weakened body first before proceeding to the next step of the plan. Not long after the Gongru clan's four people had just left. Morong Chinga, who was sitting cross-legged and without a single piece of clothing on her body, suddenly opened her eyes. There was a flash of refined light in her eyes. She had actually adapted to the changes in her body long ago. Lying was just a matter of not wanting to face the four master teachers.
On the surface, the four had indeed paid a huge price to raise her strength to the current point.
But was it really selfless devotion? Or was there an ulterior motive? Morong Chinga was clear in her heart.
There was no such thing as a free lunch under the sky. It had only been a few months since she had entered the seven-colored glazed sect and worshipped under the four. The feelings between master and disciple were still far from the point where one of them was willing to sacrifice themselves to fulfill the other.
In her place. Definitely couldn't do it. Then why would the four masters be willing? What untold secrets were there? Or was there a conspiracy that she didn't know about? And what did it have to do with her charming body?
These were all questions that loomed in Morong Chinga's mind. Senior sister Bailey Yanhong had been raised from a young age by the four masters, yet she had been given up and locked up in the cold ice cave to face the wall for 100 years just because she had made a little mistake. Nearly 3,000 years of affection was not even worth mentioning. Not to mention the fact that they had only spent a few months together in time.
With this point, Morong Chinga was certain.
The purpose of the four masters paying such a large price to raise their strength was definitely not pure. She was a woman who was unwilling to accept the arrangements of fate. Naturally, she wouldn't just be at the mercy of others. Even if this person was her master teacher.
Chapter 1087, The Secret of the Forbidden Land.
The western region of the central divine continent. A place that was hidden after all. Lin Dong returned here.
The affairs of the Saint Alliance had already ended.
Pang Jong, a person who had just stepped into the peak of the Saint King level, naturally would not be his opponent. Undefeated, he retreated on his own. Lin Dong did not chase after him either.
It was
impossible for him to resolve Pang Jong without exposing his half-step void god-level strength. Since then, Lin Dong had become the new Sacred Alliance Master.
Of course it was just a titular name. He would not be in charge of anything of the Sacred Alliance. Everything was left to Xian Yuanshou, the Vice Alliance Master, to handle. In reality, Lin Dong only existed as a curb on Pang Zhong's chaotic behavior. He did not care about this either.
It was incumbent on him to make a small contribution to the peace of the Star Void realm. In the courtyard, the group of women were still practicing hard. With the support of unlimited resources, coupled with the teachings of Bailey Yanhong, a late supreme rank, everyone's strength was also steadily advancing. Lin Dong was pleased as he looked at such a happy picture. Opening the system panel, a bright light appeared before his eyes. The Divine Magnificence points had accumulated to 10 million points. The two of them, Su Shueling and Zhu Manlin, were still very powerful in their spending. The collected resources were probably already able to pile up into a mountain. With 10 million Divine Greatness points, it was possible to upgrade the split art to the next level again. After upgrading, it was possible to summon another doppelganger. Upgrading the skill level was not as troublesome. Lin Dong directly tapped on the plus sign behind the split art. The system popped up a window as usual. It asked the host if he confirmed the upgrade. After tapping to confirm, the split skill was upgraded to the next level. It was very simple. It was far less troublesome than upgrading his strength. Now Lin Dong was on the verge of summoning 3 bilocations, together with the main body. That would be 4 half-step void god level battle strengths. It had also reached the top at the same time. Both the strength and the bilocation techniques could no longer continue to be raised, unless one contacts a higher level civilization. Lin Dong did not have this intention for the time being. The resources continued to be collected. Now, he was preparing to head to the 7-colored glazed sect to complete the matter that he had promised Gongsun Jiming to explore the secrets of the 7-colored glazed sect's forbidden land. After completing this matter, it was almost time to depart back to Earth when he returned. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lin Dong stepped into the spatial rift and headed towards the 7-colored glazed sect. With his speed in 8-dimensional space, he would soon be able to reach the 7-colored continent. The 4 Gong-Ru sisters returned to the cave beneath the Forbidden Land. This place was a forbidden place within a forbidden place. Aside from the 4 of them, anyone who had entered had already disappeared. Among them was that old ancestor of the current 7-colored glazed sect, Patriarch Gongsun Stop Dream. As for how these saint realms disappeared into thin air, no one knew. Although the 7-colored glazed sect only accepted female disciples. However, it did not prohibit its disciples from marrying and having children. Other than rowdy figures like the 7 sacred maidens and the 7 immortals who were well known to outsiders, all other female disciples were allowed to get married and have children when their strength and status reached a certain level. Only after starting a family, the family members could not be brought into the 7-colored glazed sect and could only be placed outside the sect. The girl born can join the 7-colored glazed sect, and the boy can only join other sects. Anyway, men just can't enter the 7-colored glazed sect to live. So the several large cities outside the 7-colored glazed sect were actually the sect's family homes. Gongsun Jiming's clan, the Gongsun family, held one of these cities. It was only after she became the sovereign and secured more resources for the clan that the Gongsun family slowly developed. Once Gongsun Jiming lost the position of sovereign, the Gongsun family's position would diminish drastically. There might be clans that would come to rob the Gongsun family. Here was the reason why Gongsun Jiming had always been careful. The entire Gongsun family relied on her alone to support them. The number of members of the 7-colored glazed sect's family house was more than 10 times greater than the number of the 7-colored glazed sect's disciples. That was a huge Jianghu. In the cave beneath the Forbidden Land, the 4 Gong-Ru sisters came to the cold pool with excited expressions. One end of the 9 chains connected to 9 stone pillars engraved with 5-clawed golden dragons, while the other end went deep into the cold pool. Smoke filled the cold pool above. It was impossible to see what was actually inside this seemingly simple construction. But it hides a shocking secret. The Star Void realm, regardless of whether it was Shen Yuanshou, the former Sacred Alliance League leader, or Pang Zhong, a powerhouse whose battle power had reached the ceiling, who came here would absolutely not recognize what it was. This was because this formation did not belong to the Star Void realm at all. Rather, it came from a higher-level civilization. The 9-Dragon Heaven Ceiling Formation. The main material of this formation alone was frighteningly precious. The 9 5-clawed golden dragons engraved on the 9 stone pillars were not carved on. Rather, they were truly sealed on by the souls of the 9 5-clawed golden dragons. The five-clawed golden dragons were one of the divine beasts at the top of the food chain among the cosmic starry sky giant beast races. The beast galaxy next to the Milky Way galaxy was only populated by the lowest level of starry sky beasts. Compared to the five-clawed golden dragon, it was like a commoner and royalty. The status gap was a chasm that could not be crossed. Star beasts like the five-clawed golden dragon were born with a bloodline suppression when facing ordinary star beasts. Killing 9 five-clawed golden dragons and taking down their souls was the only way to craft the 9-dragon heaven sealing formation. One could imagine how difficult it was. As for the other materials, there was no need to mention them. Each and every one of them was incredibly precious. If one wanted to set up such a 9-dragons heaven sealing formation, pouring everything in the star void realm might not even be possible. This was a formation that could even seal the heavens. But it was used to seal a small cold pool. After the 4 Gong-Ru clan came to the edge of the cold pool, they did not hesitate to kneel down at the same time. The eldest sister, Xian-Ru clan, excitedly opened her mouth and said, "My lord, the task you gave to the 4 slave maids is about to be completed, just short of the last step. You will be able to wake up again and lead the slave maids back to their home. Those who once slandered you and hurt you will all be punished. For this day, our sisters have been preparing for too long, waiting for too long." Saying this, Xian-Ru clan burst into tears. The other 3 were no better. The sole purpose of their existence was to resurrect the male son in their mouths. That is, the person who was sealed under the cold pool. The 9 dragons heaven sealing formation could seal everything. Even the flesh and soul of someone who was severely injured and about to die could be sealed. After being sealed, the injuries will not worsen, and people from the outside world can still find a way to treat them. This was the peculiar feature of the 9 dragons heaven sealing formation. Of course, wanting to set up the 9 dragons heaven sealing formation was not something that an ordinary person could do. Just these 9 dragon souls alone made countless people shy away, not to mention the other materials. Gongzi. The slave girl is so happy, we can finally go back to our old life again. Gong-Ru clan also sobbed. Gongzi. So looking forward to the day we meet again. Even after endless years have passed, Gongzi is still crystal clear in my mind, and even Gongzi's voice has sounded in my ears countless times. Chapter 1088, Follow Me. The 4 Gong-Ru sisters knelt by the cold pool. Under their breath, they spoke of how much they had missed their own male son over the years. If these words were heard by outsiders, they would definitely be shocked and dumbfounded. Because they actually called themselves slave girls? The 4 true saint-level Taishan elders of the 7-colored glazed sect were actually someone's slave girls? When the news was spread to the outside world, it would definitely shock everyone's jaws off. Who was this person? For true saint-level handmaidens, could anyone have them? It was certain. There was no such figure in the star void realm. It was impossible for even a saint king level to have 4 true saint levels willingly serve him as handmaidens. The key was that these 4 handmaidens were still so loyal. For the task explained by their own son, they had prepared for millions of years. The establishment of the 7-colored glazed sect was actually just to facilitate their collection of the various body qualities needed to complete their tasks. This 9-dragon heaven sealing formation was also not set up by the Gong-Ru sisters. They didn't have this ability yet. Rather, it was set up by the so-called Duke Blue Feather that the 4 had spoken of, after exhausting their efforts. Back then, a group of 5 people came to the Star Void realm. Blue Feather was already seriously injured and his days were numbered. Due to being too far away from home, he was unable to return. In order to be able to continue living, he then poured out everything he had and set up this formation. After completing the 9-dragon sealing heavenly formation, Blue Feather sealed himself in the formation after explaining his mission to the 4 Gong-Ru sisters, waiting for them to complete their tasks and then awaken again. The disappeared saint realms of the 7-colored glazed sect were all brought here by the Gong-Ru clan, and the others to serve as cauldrons, dedicating everything to Blue Feather's awakening. Which meant that all of these people had actually died. It was only within the 9 dragons heaven sealing formation. When a saint realm died, the outside world wouldn't be sensed in any way, much less cause a vision of heaven and earth grieving together. The 9 dragons heaven sealing formation was that powerful. Even the heavens could be sealed, what else could it not seal? The task that Blue Feather gave to the Gong-Ru sisters was to collect the 10 cauldron physiques, cultivate all of them to the saint realm, and then bring them to the 9 dragons heavenly sealing formation, throw them into the cold pool, and let him absorb them in his slumber. When the absorption of the 10 cauldron physiques was complete, it would be the day that Lan Yu awoke. The other 9 major physiques had already been collected, some had gathered 2 or 3, only the rarest charmed body was the most difficult to find. Now that the charming body had also been successfully cultivated to the sage realm, as long as Blue Feather's absorption was complete, he would be able to awaken and return. The 4 Gong Ru sisters were all a bit impatient.
They couldn't wait to immediately throw Morong Chinga into the cold pool and let the male sun absorb it.
However, not only had their strength dropped a level now, falling from the true saint level to the pseudo-saint level, their bodies were also in a state of extreme weakness. The moment Morong Chinga stepped into the saint realm, she was no longer an ant at the mercy of others. In the past, the Gong Ru sisters had encountered tenacious resistance. But at that time, they were true saint-level powerhouses, and any more fierce resistance would just be a mole cricket shaking a tree to them. But this time the situation was a bit different. If something happened in the middle of the journey, the result could be a lost cause. Having prepared for millions of years,
the Gong Ru sisters were not willing to risk even the slightest bit of danger.
So in order to avoid accidents, they could only wait until their bodies recovered. The 4 true saint levels, even if they collectively fell to the pseudo-saint level, as long as their bodies recovered, they were still not something that a Morong Chinga, who had just stepped into the saint realm, could withstand. The 4 sisters were still continuously talking about their thoughts of the male.
It was as if the people in the cold pool could really hear them.
Although the cold pool was filled with smoke and it was hard to see what was going on inside, as soon as they got close, they could smell a strong smell of blood, as well as a monstrous hatred.
This was left behind when dozens of Sage Realm powerhouses died. It was important to know that the Sage Realm had already been recognized by the Heavenly Tao, and could live the same life as heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. When the ancestors of the 7-colored glazed sect had just broken through to the Saint Realm, spirited and ready to show off their skills, they ended up becoming sacrifices for someone else's awakening. The sect that had meticulously cultivated them actually had an ulterior motive. It could be imagined.
On the verge of death.
How much hatred and resentment everyone had in their hearts for the death of the 7-colored glazed sect members. The Gong Ru sisters did not feel guilty in the slightest.
In order to be able to awaken their son, they were even able to give up their own lives, let alone others.
Time was gradually passing.
The 4 sisters had endless words in their hearts to say to their male son, but they also knew that now was not the time. After their son awoke, they would slowly catch up. The most important thing right now was to go and recover their bodies and then complete the final step of the mission. The 4 of them were preparing to get up and go to the retreat.
A voice rang out in the cave. 4 masters. What are you guys doing? The Gong Ru sisters were immediately startled in their hearts.
This was a forbidden place within a forbidden realm, where no one was allowed to enter.
How could there be other people's voices?
The 4 of them simultaneously turned their gazes to follow the voice, only to see a beautiful figure standing at the entrance. It was none other than Morong Chinga, who had been separated not long ago. At this moment, Morong Chinga was wearing a green-colored gauze skirt, and one could vaguely see the proud figure inside. If it was hidden, it made people's blood spurt when they saw it.
Plus, after the charming body matured, its body exuded a special aura.
It was estimated that any normal man would be addicted to it when he saw it.
Morong Chinga's sudden appearance.
It was beyond the expectations of the 4 sisters.
For a moment, they all froze.
Originally, there was a ghost in their hearts, and then they were bumped into by the person in question.
The 4 of them didn't know how to face it. After a while, only then did Xian Ru Plan first come back.
To her senses, her expression not quite natural as she asked, Xing.
Xingu, why did you come?
The 4 masters have given so much for me, and Xing Ji's heart is focused on your well-being, so after slightly controlling the surge of power, she immediately came to see how the 4 masters are doing, and at the same time came to greet the 4 masters and thank you for your devoted cultivation.
Morong Chinga replied calmly.
From her expression and tone, nothing could be heard to be wrong. The 4 people who had returned to their senses were also temporarily relieved.
So what if Morong Chinga came?
With this girl's insight, there was no way she could know the secret of the 9 dragons' heaven-sealing formation.
Much less would she know about their sister's mission. All 4 sisters collectively believed that Morong Chinga had indeed come to visit them.
After all, this girl had always given them the impression that she was a girl without any heart.
The kind that helped count the money even after being sold.
Such a person wouldn't be placed in their sisters' hearts at all. Shingo, it's rare that you still know to care about the safety of the four of us. It's not in vain that our sisters have paid such a big price for you, but don't worry, we don't have any major problems. Since we chose to do that, we have our own certainty. It's just a little bit of weakness, and resting for a period of time will allow us to fully recover.
Gong Ru's comforted.
That's good. If the four masters caused your own bodies to be greatly traumatized for the sake of me, how could Shinga be able to live with that in her heart?
In the future, I'm afraid that all of you will live in guilt forever, Morong Chinga said solemnly. Chapter 1089, I don't want to go. The atmosphere in the cave became harmonious. The Gongru sisters looked at Morong Chinga.
In their hearts, they couldn't help but marvel at the power of the charmed body. They hadn't seen a mature charmed body before, and this was the first time they had seen one.
The Morong Chinga from before had already been described as a peerless beauty.
Now that she had achieved the sage realm, after her charmed body had matured, she had once again risen more than one notch.
Such a woman.
Not to mention in the Star Void realm.
Even in their hometown.
Compared to those high and mighty goddesses, they were no better, if not better.
If His Excellency saw Morong Chinga, he would definitely like it.
Unfortunately, as the last and most important of the 10 cauldrons,
Morong Chinga was destined to be sacrificed in exchange for the Duke's awakening. By the time the male son awoke, Morong Chinga had already turned into a pile of withered bones.
The two of them were destined to never have the chance to meet.
Chinga,
we're going to go into seclusion to recuperate and restore our body's vitality, so you go out first and get used to the sage realm again.
Gong Ru gave an eviction order. Right now for them.
Recovering their bodies was the most important thing.
Master teacher, you guys go and recuperate.
I'll stand guard here for you to ensure your safety.
Morong Chinga replied.
Her reply caused the four Gong Ru sisters to freeze once again.
Obviously, they didn't expect Morong Chinga to refuse.
This was the first time Morong Chinga had refused their words. Previously, she had always done whatever she said. Chinga, we don't need you to keep watch. This is a forbidden place among the forbidden places of the seven-colored glazed sect. No one will come here, and outsiders aren't allowed to enter this place, so you'd better get off and go out first.
We'll come back for you after we get out.
The one who spoke this time was the eldest sister Qianru clan. The words of the two were already very obvious.
They didn't want Morong Chinga to stay here. Morong Chinga wasn't stupid, she could naturally understand.
It was just that she was not moved at all. Grand Master, Chinga is the disciple of the four, so she's definitely not considered an outsider, and it's the first time I've entered this forbidden land within a forbidden land, so I'm kinda curious, so I want to take a look here, so you guys go to your seclusion to recover your bodies.
There's no need to mind me,
Morong Chinga said softly.
The Gongru sisters began to pay attention, rejecting their words twice in a row. Nothing like this had ever happened before. What was wrong with this girl? Could it be that she saw something wrong? Impossible.
The four of them then dismissed this thought. The 9-dragon heaven sealing formation wasn't from the Star Void realm.
How could a girl from a low-level civilization possibly see it? Taking a step back. Even if she could tell about the 9 dragons heaven sealing formation, how would she know that it was a person sealed underneath?
Chinga, third master said it again,
you go out first, we don't need anyone to guard it. Gong Ru's emphasized again.
Third master.
Just let me stay here and take a look.
I'm curious as to what's so different about this place that it can be set up as a forbidden place among forbidden places.
Morong Chinga once again refused.
At the same time, her gaze began to survey the surroundings of the cave.
8 huge stone pillars. The lifelike dragons on the stone pillars.
A foggy, cold pool at the center of the cave that emitted a strong smell of blood. The chains connecting the stone pillars and the cold pool.
Everything revealed a strangeness. Morong Chinga had a premonition. The secret she wanted to know was hidden under the cold pool.
She wouldn't leave today until the doubts in her heart were lifted.
If she missed this opportunity, she would be kept in the dark forever.
The 4 master teachers were in a poor state. Once they were allowed to recover. Even if she herself had already achieved the Saint Realm, there was no way he would be their match. At that time, one would be at the mercy of others. So this was the only chance.
Morong Chinga wasn't just as simple as just having a pretty appearance. From a young age she had a high IQ.
Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to mesmerize the two top magnate heirs of Kyoto at the time, Zhao Shidao and Zhu Sangdao.
In the end, they set a 10-year contract and drew away.
The older generation of Kyoto at that time all evaluated her in 4 words.
Absolute generation of flair.
These 4 words describe more than just appearance. A woman, no matter how beautiful her appearance is, even if she is comparable to a heavenly fairy, but her brain is not good, she can't be worthy of these 4 words. It was just a matter of when to play dumb and when to expose.
Morong Chinga held it to the death.
When she first entered the 7-colored glazed sect, she worshipped the 4 supreme elders as her teachers. She then packaged herself as a good girl who had never seen the world before, a silly white sweet.
Listened to the 4 master elders in everything,
never raising objections. Now she felt that the time had come.
Without hesitation, she exposed herself.
It had to be said that Morong Chinga's mastery of timing was indeed very accurate.
Shortly after separating from the 4 master teachers just now, she followed them.
The 4 Gongru sisters, all 4 of them, realized the seriousness of the problem.
This girl definitely knew something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rejected what they said over and over again like this.
Chinga, this is the most important place in the 7-colored glazed sect. Without our permission, you can't come in, including you, and now that the second master has ordered you to go out, this is your last chance, so I hope you grasp it.
Yu Ruse spoke up. Second master, I don't want to go. Morong Chinga's reply was simple and clear, still a refusal. Are you going to disobey your master's order? Do you think that your wings have hardened after becoming a saint realm? Then do you know how you got to your current saint realm?
It was the 4 of us sisters who paid a huge price in exchange for it, and this is how you repay us?
Do you want to bully your master and be angry with us?
Yu Clan finished speaking in one breath, panting violently. Her body was already in a very serious deficit, and now she was infuriated by Morong Chinga. It caused her physical condition to get worse and worse.
The other 3 also stared at Morong Chinga.
There was incredulity in their eyes.
By now they couldn't figure it out.
A little girl from a low-level civilization who had never seen the world.
How did she suddenly dare to openly confront them? Who gave her the courage?
If it wasn't for the fact that her body hadn't recovered yet and she was afraid of accidents, the 4 sisters would have already stepped in to subdue Morong Chinga and thrown her into the cold pool for the male to absorb and fulfill her mission.
Second senior, it's a bit serious for you to talk like that, isn't it? I know that everything I have now is given to me by the 4 masters, and I am also very grateful to you, but my heart is just a moment of curiosity, and I want to stay and see what is so strange about this forbidden land. How is it that I disobeyed my master? How did you disobey your master? How did you deceive your master and destroy your ancestors?
You guys can pay so much for me, even at the expense of letting yourselves be physically damaged, but you won't let me stay. What kind of reasoning is that?
Morong Chinga withdrew her gaze as she looked around.
Looking at the 4 master teachers, she showed a puzzled expression. These words caused the 4 Gongru sisters, for a moment, to be unable to find the words to reply.
Chapter 1090, Who is it? There was silence in the cave for a while. Yun Ruse, the 4th sister, who hadn't said anything, broke the silence and asked, Chinga, can you tell 4th master why you're doing this? Is it just for that little bit of curiosity? Are you going to disobey the orders of the masters? Do you know how much this hurts our hearts? Is it worth it? 4th master teacher.
It's not that Chinga wanted to do this, Chinga just felt that since the 4 masters were willing to sacrifice so much for me, they shouldn't hide any secrets from me.
Morong Chinga replied.
The master elders didn't mean to hide it from you, it's just that it's not the right time yet. When the time comes, we'll definitely let you know all the secrets here. After all, you're our inheritor.
Is that so? When the time comes to let me know the secrets, isn't it the time when I need to offer my charming body?
Morong Chinga's words were like a thunderbolt from the ground, resounding in the minds of the 4 Gongru sisters, shaking them to the point of dizziness.
They all looked at Morong Chinga with unbelievable gazes. How could she possibly know the truth of the matter? The secrets here were absolutely unknown to outsiders other than the 4 sisters. Yet Morong Chinga had told the truth in a single sentence. What are you saying? Chinga, how could you have such an idea? What devotion to the charmed body?
Before Yunru's words could be spoken, she was interrupted by Morong Chinga. For masters, you don't need to find excuses to deceive me anymore. I know that you want my charmed body. As for what it's used for, I don't know, but I think that the secret should be hidden underneath this cold pool. Since it had all been picked out.
She also didn't want to continue pretending anymore. Directly ask for things to be clarified.
Or take matters into her own hands and find out.
Morong Chinga knew.
Taking advantage of the weakness of the four masters was her only chance.
If she missed it, she wouldn't have it again. It might even put her in a passive position. The four Gongru sisters were like reacquainting themselves with Morong Chinga. They couldn't figure out how the previously obedient, well-behaved, simple, and heartless girl had suddenly become like this. Could it be that everything was an act?
A little girl had fooled the four of them, who had lived for millions of years.
Of course, there was also the possibility that they hadn't paid any attention to Morong Chinga at all. Perhaps in the eyes of the four.
A little girl like Morong Chinga, who came from a low-grade civilization and was so young, was still not being held at their whim. To be able to worship their sisters as their teacher, they were more than grateful, so how could they possibly be skeptical? Once, when collecting their other physiques, it was only after finally understanding the truth that they began to rebel with indignation.
However, on this last link, Morong Chinga unexpectedly questioned it at the most crucial time. Alas! Chinga, who told you this?
Eldest sister Qianruz asked with a sigh. Eldest senior, I came from a low-level civilization and was brought here by third senior before I even arrived at the seven-colored Lioli sect, and I've come into contact with very few seven-colored Lioli sect disciples. Do you think anyone would have told me this?
Or other than your four supreme elders, who else knows the secrets of this forbidden land? Morong Chinga didn't answer, but instead asked the other party in return. Then when did you discover it?
At the time when the four master elders said that they were going to cast a forbidden art to help me improve my strength. After answering, Morong Chinga didn't wait for Gongrus to speak before continuing. Chinga is a very self-aware person. Even senior sister Bailey Yanhon, who grew up with you guys, couldn't receive such treatment. What virtue or ability does Chinga have that would make the four masters prefer to sacrifice themselves to help me? Then when I think about what senior sister once told me, the two of us are of the same physique, so Chingu boldly guessed that what the four masters want is just the charming body, and as for me and senior sister, we're both actually a tool. And why exactly senior sister, who was nurtured by you all for so many years, was abandoned by the four masters, Chingu doesn't know, and she needs to be cleared up by the masters.
Once again, silence fell in the middle of the cave.
The four Gongru sisters were all looking at Morong Chinga.
Naturally, Morong Chinga did not show any weakness in looking over. Both sides just looked at me and I looked at you like this.
I have to say, Chinga, you're the smartest and most situation-savvy woman I've ever seen, hiding yourself tightly when it's time to hide, not revealing the slightest crack, and choosing just the right time to showdown. A little early and a little late would be fatal for you.
Qianruz did not mince words in her praise. Many thanks to Grand Master for the compliment.
Since you know all about it, I might as well tell you that what we need is indeed a charming body, and it's still a Sage Realm charming body.
The Qianru clan no longer hid it either. Then why did you guys give up on senior sister?
She's a late supreme level powerhouse, and she's not far from the Sage Realm. It's much easier to cultivate her than it is to cultivate me, isn't it?
Morong Chinga asked suspiciously.
Giving up Little Red is because her charming body has been broken and lost its value. That's why we're shifting our energies on you.
Senior sister's charming body has been broken? Morong Chinga was enlightened in her heart. No wonder the four masters would punish senior sister into the cold ice cave.
It turned out that it had already lost its value.
Just who had broken senior sister's charmed body? If you want to break the charmed body, you need to have that with a man, right? Which man can be lucky to get the favor of the senior sister?
So that senior sister would be willing to dedicate herself even if she disobeyed her master's orders.
Morong Chinga's mind turned quickly for a moment.
Senior sister's charmed body definitely hadn't broken before her mission, there was no doubt about it. Otherwise, with the ability of the four masters, they would have discovered it long ago. When she came back from the mission, her charmed body was broken. Then the problem was in the process of carrying out the mission, so it was discovered just after coming back.
Who could this man be? Could it be? Morong Chinga suddenly thought of someone. Impossible. It couldn't be him. How could it be him? It definitely wasn't.
Morongchinga carefully recalled that during the process of coming to the Star Void realm with her senior sister, it seemed that apart from the young master of the Heavenly Star Mansion, Chen Jingzihan, only Lin Dong was a man.
Chen Jingzihan's mother and senior sister were very close sisters. Both of them were of different generations, so it should be unlikely. That left only Lin Dong. Suddenly, Morongchinga recalled a detail. Once when she happened to see her senior sister and Lin Dong appearing at the same time, her senior sister's face unexpectedly blushed a little when she saw Lin Dong instantly. Although it was fleeting and difficult for an average person to notice. However, it was still discovered by the attentive her. At that time, she was still somewhat baffled. Now thinking about it, it turned out that the two had an adulterous relationship at that time. Otherwise, with senior sister's strength and status, how could she have blushed? Thinking about it, things had come to a head. Elder sister's charming body was broken by Lin Dong. But what made Morongchinga wonder was, Lin Dong was only at the beginning of the eternal realm. Even if his talent was powerful, how could senior sister look at him? What untold stories had happened here? Chapter 1091, Teacher and Disciple Rebellion. Morongchinga was really smart. It was no wonder that even the Qianru clan, an old-timer who had lived for millions of years, praised her. To be able to analyze the general picture of the matter with a few words from Qianru's, combined with the clues she knew, was not something that anyone could do. Bailey Yanhong's charming body was indeed broken by Lin Dong. It was just that it was not something that she had volunteered for, but was forced to do so. However, all of this was no longer important. It was an indisputable fact that the charming body had been forced, causing the four Gongru sisters to almost fail in their mission. It was good that she had retrieved another charmed body. Otherwise, Bailey Yanhong would have ended up worse than being punished into the cold ice cave. Morongchinga thought clearly about the key point. Her heart became even more unbalanced. The resentment towards Lin Dong was also heavier. He could accept any woman, but only he could not accept himself? Such a fact was difficult for the proud Morongchinga to tolerate. No matter what, she had to find Lin Dong and ask him face to face. Otherwise, Morongchinga would not be willing to die. It was this kind of resentment that allowed her to persist in the forbidden art for such a long time. If not for the fact that Lin Dong's figure mocking her appeared in her mind the moment she fainted, Morongchinga would not have been able to hold on at all. After thinking about all of this in an extremely short period of time, she had continued, "For Masters, Chinga would like to know what exactly you want the charming body for? If it's possible, I'm willing to give it to you guys. After all, no matter what, you guys are all Haruka's masters and have also paid a lot for me. Even if it's all with a purpose, I'm still grateful to you guys." The four Gongru sisters looked at each other. Obviously, they didn't expect Morongchinga to say this. If possible, the four also wanted to keep Morongchinga. When Gongzi awoke, he would definitely like it as well. Unfortunately, there was no chance for the two to exist at the same time. What they wanted, Morongchinga couldn't give, much less would. "Chinga, the fact that you can say this proves that we still haven't misjudged you, but unfortunately, you can't give us what we want." Xian Rouge shook her head and said, "What exactly do you guys want?" Morongchinga asked once again. "We want everything you have, including your life." Xian Ru finished her sentence. The four sisters moved at the same time. In just an instant, they came to surround Morongchinga and surrounded her, cutting off her path of retreat. Although the four of them were extremely weak, their bases were there after all. Especially the eldest sister Qian Ru clan and the second sister Yu Ru clan, the two of them had once been peak true saint level powerhouses, and were only one step away from Saint King level. Such strong people, even if they dropped one rank and came to the peak of the pseudo-saint level, that would still be the strongest existence in the pseudo-saint level. Of course, it was undeniable. All four were in a period of extreme weakness. Not much strength could be exerted. Even so, in their view, it was still not much of a problem to join forces to deal with a Morongchinga who had just entered the Sage realm and had yet to fully grasp her own power. At first, they were afraid of accidents. So they wanted to wait until they recovered before striking, in order to ensure a 100% success rate. Now, since it was recognized, I can't even do it if I don't want to.
I can only offer a sacrifice first to awaken the Gongzi, and then consider the matter of restoring the body.
Morong Chinga heard the Grand Master's reply and saw the actions of the four masters.
In her heart, she silently sighed.
Sure enough, it was still the same as what she thought. What the other party wanted. It was her own life. But what use could one's own life be? Morong Chinga did not know.
Perhaps she was too short-sighted.
Master. Do we masters and disciples really have to meet in arms like this? Honestly, I respect you guys and don't really want to fight you. Isn't there a peaceful solution? Morong Chinga asked in a pleading tone. Chinga, let's be master and disciple again in our next life.
Master promise you that he will teach you well then, and as for this life, just fulfill master.
Okay? But I don't want to die. I still have a lot of things left to do. Morong Chinga shook her head. Then we'll have to do it ourselves, sorry. The words just fell.
The four sisters simultaneously struck out at Morong Chinga in the center.
Masters beating disciples.
Or four masters striking out at the same time, leaving no stone unturned to get their disciple killed. I'm afraid that they were the only ones who could do it.
At this moment, Morong Chinga also suddenly erupted with a stern and incomparable aura.
That was something that only the sage realm possessed. It was like Morong Chinga herself said.
She didn't want to die yet.
However, the four master teachers had chosen to want her to die. Since that was the case, there was no choice but to disown the master fathers. If it had been after the Gongru sisters recovered, Morong Chinga wouldn't have had the slightest chance. Now and the four were in a period of weakness.
The outcome wasn't really easy to say. That's why Morong Chinga chose just the right period for the showdown.
Inside the seven-colored glazed sect,
Gongsun Jiming was nervously waiting for Lin Dong to arrive.
He had just received a message from Lin Dong not long ago that he was coming to explore the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land that the sect had been hiding in the dark was finally going to be exposed to the sunlight. At this moment, Gongsun Jiming could not help but feel a little nervous. As an ancient sect, the seven-colored glazed sect did not have a single sage realm other than the four supreme elders.
This was unreasonable and unhealthy.
Everyone else felt that it was because the disciples within the sect were not talented enough and did not work hard enough. Only Gongsun Jiming, who had looked up countless information, knew.
Since the sect's inception, many saint realms had been born.
However, these seniors either entered the Forbidden Land in seclusion before their breakthrough and never came out again. Or after the breakthrough, they were summoned by the Supreme Elder and entered the Forbidden Land and never came out again. In short, everything pointed to the Forbidden Land.
There were too many secrets buried there. Now this secret was about to be revealed. Right at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. A series of several loud bangs. It interrupted Gongsun Jiming's contemplation. What's going on? With a flash, Gongsun Jiming appeared in the sky. She looked at the direction where the loud bangs had just occurred. Where is the Forbidden Land? Soon. Countless figures came into the air. It was obvious that they had also heard the loud noise just now. A group of Kors quickly came to Patriarch Gongsun Jiming's side. Sovereign, what's going on?
Why is there a loud noise coming from the
Forbidden Land?
Yeah.
We all heard it. Could something have happened in the Forbidden Land?
There are only the four supreme elders in the Forbidden Land, as well as Morong Chinga, the head of the 7 holy maidens of this term, right?
What could have happened? Could it be that someone has trespassed into the Forbidden Land? It can't be.
Who would have such guts?
Why wouldn't they?
The treasures hidden in the cold ice cave not long ago were still not forcibly taken away. The 4 supreme elders could not do anything at all. It's not strange for someone to trespass on the Forbidden Land.
Everyone had a word from you and a word from me, voicing their opinions.
Gongsun Jiming's heart was shaken.
Could it be that Lin Dong had already trespassed into the Forbidden Land and clashed with the Supreme Elders? It could not be possible, could it?
According to the time, he should still be on his way now.
No matter what. Let's go and take a look first.
Gongsun Jiming shouted, all the senior members of the sect will follow me to the Forbidden Land, all the others will go back. After saying this, she took the lead and quickly rushed towards the Forbidden Land.
The rest of the top echelons hurriedly followed. Chapter 1092 Handmaiden.
Gong Sun Shiming led the seven-colored glazed sex group of high levels to the Forbidden Land, wanting to see what had happened. How could there be a sound like an earthquake coming from the Forbidden Land? This had never happened before. Furthermore, for true saint-level Taishang elders resided inside. Not everyone had the guts to dare to break into the Forbidden Land. The seven-colored glazed sect was very large. The living area of the disciples and the Forbidden Land were far apart from each other. The group of people were still midway through their journey with doubts in their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. There were several more loud booms. It was even louder than the ones just now. Even the entire seven-colored glazed sect could feel the violent vibrations. Gong Sun Shiming and the others stopped. Standing in the air, they looked at the Forbidden Land in front of them with shock. Only 5 rays of light rose up into the sky, lifting the entire Forbidden Land. Even from such a distance, one could feel the powerful pressure. It was definitely something that could only be emitted by a Saint Realm powerhouse. Things were basically clear. Someone had intruded into the Forbidden Land and clashed with the 4 Supreme Elders, which had caused such a great commotion. Even the Forbidden Land was blown away. Go! Gong Sun Shiming shouted and quickly rushed towards the Forbidden Land. She already had a guess in her heart. This person who had suddenly intruded into the Forbidden Land. It was most likely Lin Dong. Other than him, no one would do such a thing. For so many years, no one had dared to enter the Forbidden Land. As for why Lin Dong had arrived early, Gong Sun Shiming was unknown. Above the seven-colored glazed sect's Forbidden Land, 5 figures stood proudly in the void. The one in the center was none other than Morong Chinga. The 4 outside were the 4 Gong Ru sisters. They surrounded Morong Chinga, preventing her from escaping. Things had reached this point now. No matter what the cost, Morong Chinga must be left behind. Otherwise, they would not be able to complete the task that the eunuch had given them, and the eunuch would not be able to awaken. This was something the 4 could not accept no matter what. At this moment, Morong Chinga was a bit of a mess. The semi-transparent green-colored gauze skirt on her body was already torn and tattered, revealing the white and tender skin inside. It made men want to resist stroking it just by looking at it. There was still residual blood at the corner of her mouth. The green-colored sarong was also partially stained red. It was obvious that she had suffered a not-so-light internal injury. The hidden chest was rising and falling violently, and her breathing was unusually rapid. The eyes, however, gazed calmly at the 4 master teachers around them. The 4 Gong Ru sisters were no better. There was blood remaining at the corners of their mouths. The clothes on their bodies were similarly damaged. The gazes that the 4 looked at Morong Chinga were not calm at all. Instead, it was filled with incredulity. It was as if they couldn't believe that everything in front of them was real. The several exchanges just now. The 4 of them had joined together, but they hadn't gotten any advantage. Morong Chinga's strength was no longer just as simple as being at the early stage of the pseudo-saint level at the beginning of the Saint Realm, but had reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm. It was simply unbelievable. There was only one possibility that led to such a result. That was that the energy absorbed into the body by the other party amounted to more than 80%, or even more. As far as the 4 of them knew. For the execution of this forbidden art, a person in the formation who was able to absorb 30% of the energy was considered to have passed the passing line. Those who reached 60% were excellent, and 70% could be called exceptionally gifted. Like Morong Chinga directly absorbing more than 80%, it could be called a phoenix feather. It could not be described as excellent at all. The absolute genius of geniuses, the demon of demons. Such a person, let alone in this star void realm. Even if one looks at more advanced civilizations, they are also very rare, belonging to the topmost pervert level characters, with an unlimited future. The goal that the Gongru sisters had set for Morong Chinga was 30%. Reaching 30% would not be in vain for the 4 of them to expend so much energy to cast this forbidden art. After all, it was a person from a low-level civilization, and they felt that 30% was too high. As a result, they didn't expect Morong Chinga's performance to far exceed their expectations. If they had known this, should have stopped earlier. Why did it have to come to this, and be countered by the other side? The 4 sisters looked at Morong Chinga, who was surrounded by them. In their hearts, they were shocked. There was more anger.
How many years had it been since the four had been injured? It had been so long that even their memories had created some blurriness. Now that they were injured, they didn't say anything. It was time to be injured at the hands of one's own disciple. Just now, they had cast a forbidden technique to boost the strength of this disciple. How long has it been? And then they were injured by this disciple that they had trained with their own hands. Anyone who encountered such a situation would be afraid that it would be difficult to accept. Shinga, you are the most outstanding of all the women I've seen in so many epochs since I came to the Star Void realm. To be able to meet someone like you in this 7th level civilization is honestly rare and hard to come by. If we sisters didn't have a mission to attend to, we definitely would have treated you well and nurtured you to become a talent. But unfortunately the timing wasn't right. We masters and disciples weren't destined to have that destiny. Xianru clan looked at Morong Chinga and said with a slight sigh. Thank you for the compliments from Grand Master. It's all because of the four masters that Xinggu is able to achieve what she is now. Even though there's no way for both of us to coexist peacefully and one side has to be sacrificed, no matter what the outcome is, Xingji's heart is still very thankful to the four masters. Morong Chinga replied. She had captured a very important message from the Qianru clan's words. The other party said that in so many epochs since coming to the Star Void realm, she was the most outstanding woman the other party had ever seen. The meaning of this statement was simple and clear. The four master teachers didn't seem to be from the Star Void realm? Rather, they came from outside. Could they be from a higher civilization? Exceptionally gifted, strong willpower, and knowing how to perceive the timing, hiding when it's time to hide and exposing when it's time to expose, without a bit of procrastination, and with the bonus of the charming body, I have to say that Xinggu is really outstanding. Even in our hometown, she belongs to the top genius level. It's a pity. Yu Ruz also marveled. Morong was certain. The four master teachers were really from a higher level civilization. This slowly made her heart heavy. Facing four master teachers who had once belonged to the true saint level, and were from a higher civilization than the Star Void realm. Even if she had chosen the timing just right, it was inevitable that she would be a bit out of her depth during the opponent's weakest period. It turns out that the four master teachers are not from the Star Void realm. That's right. We come from a higher level civilization, where we are many times more powerful than the Star Void realm, and the four of us sisters are nothing more than the handmaidens of the Gongzi. Gongru stormed out another shocking secret. Although Morong Chinga remained calm on the surface. But in her heart, she had set off huge waves. She came from a low-level civilization like the Milky Way galaxy. Originally, she didn't have much insight. The true saint level was already an unattainable height in her heart. Even if she had already achieved the sage realm herself, she still felt that a true saint-level powerhouse would not be able to reach it. Even now that she had achieved the sage realm, she still felt that true saint-level powerhouses were unattainable. However, now Third Master has told her. As true saints, they are nothing more than handmaidens to a certain person. However, they are only the handmaidens of someone. Chapter 1093. Fourth Masters, your so-called mission should have something to do with the Gongzi you speak of. Morong Chinga asked. This was a kind of intuition she had. Since the identity of the four master teachers was only that of a maidservant, then everything they did was bound to be for the sake of their own male son. Precisely. Chinga, in order to be able to awaken Gongzi again, the four of us sisters have been preparing for too long, and have expended far too much effort, and this is something that absolutely cannot be allowed to fail, so we can only sacrifice you, and I hope that you won't blame the master teachers. Chinga, to be able to become Gongzi's cauldron, this is your honor. Not only should you not resist, instead you should be happy. It's a pity that you and Gongzi can't coexist, Chinga. Only with your sacrifice can Gongzi wake up, otherwise, when Gongzi awakens, he'll definitely like you. Don't resist. Chinga, be at ease as the Duke's cauldron and become the raw material for the Duke's awakening. This isn't something that anyone can have a chance at. At the mention of their own male son, the four Gongru sisters all revealed frenzied expressions one after another. In their hearts, the male son was everything to themselves. Nothing else mattered. Morong Chinga shook her head and refused. For masters, that is your male son, not mine. Just because you guys are willing to sacrifice everything for him doesn't mean that I'm willing to do the same. I, Morong Chinga, only live for myself in this life. No man can sway my mind, let alone make me dedicate my life. It can't be helped, since you're not willing to dedicate everything for Gongzi, then we can only take it ourselves. Chinga, don't blame Master. Master, don't blame Chinga for not honoring her teacher either. Morong Chinga replied seriously. Just as both sides were preparing to continue their fight,
Gongsun Jiming approached with a group of 7 colored glazed sect core executives.
Eh?
From a long distance away, Gongsun Jiming realized that something was wrong.
Why were the 4 supreme elders surrounding that figure a female? Could it be that it was not Lin Dong who had come? Then who could it be?
As the distance grew closer,
everyone finally saw clearly who the person surrounded was.
The head of the 7 colored glazed sect 7 holy maidens of this term, Morong Chinga.
This answer shocked everyone. How could it be?
Gongsun Jiming and the others could hardly believe their eyes.
What had they seen?
The 4 Taishan elders were clothed in lulan surrounding Morong Chinga, and there was still consecrated blood at the corners of their mouths.
It was obvious that they were injured. Morong Chinga, who was in the center, was similar. That meant that the 5 had just fought a great battle, and the result was a double loss? Morong Chinga fought 4 against 4, and still managed to fight 4 supreme elders to the point where they were both injured? Is that possible?
Such a picture simply subverted everyone's perception and imagination.
Especially Gongsun Jiming. The other 7 colored glazed sect executives were fine. They didn't know where Morong Chinga came from.
It was thought to be an undercover agent arranged over by other forces, and they didn't know what method they had used to hide their strength, so even the 4 supreme elders hadn't discovered it.
Now it was exposed. Naturally, it is unavoidable to have a big battle.
However, Gongsun Jiming was aware of Morong Chinga's details, and she came from the same planet as Lin Dong and the others.
She was brought to the Star Void realm by Elder Red. Such a young woman from a low-level civilization. How was it that she was suddenly able to engage the 4 supreme elders without losing? However, after only a moment of shock, Gongsun Jiming was relieved.
This was because she thought of Lin Dong. Since Lin Dong was able to break through to the Saint King level in such a short period of time,
then it did not seem too difficult to accept that Morong Chinga could have true saint-level strength. What Gongsun Jiming was curious about now was, what kind of planet was it that could spawn 2 heaven-defying level characters at the same time?
She didn't know everything that happened in the Forbidden Land. It was also taken for granted that Morong Chinga had the same heaven-defying talent as Lin Dong, and her cultivation speed was incredibly fast. Being able to fight the 4 supreme elders, she was naturally a true saint-level powerhouse as well.
Gongsun Jiming felt like his worldview was about to be completely turned upside down.
There was Lin Dong in front.
There was Morong Chinga after him.
Both of them were also from the same planet. The arrival of a group of cores from the 7 colored glazed sect temporarily interrupted the 2 sides that were about to make a move.
Little dream. Take everyone and leave, the battles of the Sage Realm are not for you to participate in. Gong Ru said loudly. Supreme Elder, what the hell is going on? Why are you guys fighting with Chinga? Gongsun Jiming asked the doubts in his heart. A bunch of other senior echelons also cast curious gazes. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Go! Gong Ru said in a deep voice. Despite the countless doubts in her heart, Gongsun Jiming didn't dare to disobey the orders of the Supreme Elder. He could only respectfully reply, yes. Supreme Elder. She was just about to lead the people away. Morong Chinga spoke up. Patriarch. Seniors, do you want to know the secrets contained within this forbidden land? And what is the purpose of the 7 colored glazed sex establishment?
These words really stopped the crowd from leaving.
Gongsun Jiming certainly wanted to know. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Lin Dong to come and explore the secrets of the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land had always been the sect's most mysterious place, and the other 7 colored glazed sect executives actually wanted to know as well. Little dream, take the people away. At this time, the Qianru clan spoke out again. Patriarch, the 7 colored glazed sect wasn't established to give everyone a peaceful home. There is a shocking secret hidden here. Why is it that the sect doesn't have any Sage Realm powerhouses other than the 4 Supreme Elders? Have you not thought about it? In fact, the 4 Master Elders they are not. At all. Shut up.
Qian Ruse bellowed, stopping the other party from continuing, while her body had already rushed towards her.
The remaining 3 also moved. Morong Chinga's words were interrupted and the 4 attacked at the same time. One could only stop for the time being. Let's deal with the 4 master teachers first.
She had wanted to reveal the secrets within the Forbidden Land, so that the executives of the seven-colored glazed sect would be on her side. This might allow her to take advantage of the chaos and escape. Nay, the four master teachers did not give her a chance to say it at all.
Seeing a new round of fighting begin,
Gongsun Jimeng hurriedly led her people backward, away from the fighting circle, but did not leave. Morong Chinga's words just now had managed to pique her interest.
What exactly was in the Forbidden Land? Why did the sect's Saint Realm powerhouses not come out again after going in? One or two was fine.
But since the establishment of the seven-colored glazed sect,
how many people had disappeared into the Forbidden Land? Are they dead or alive? Boom, boom, boom.
The clashing sounds of various battles rang out in the field. The Gongru sisters' attacks this round were clearly much more powerful than just now.
It left Morong Chinga with little ability to fight.
She was frequently attacked.
The injuries were also worsening. The four of them were completely going out of their way.
There was no regard for whether their bodies were weak or not, and whether they would cause permanent damage. Even if they would leave behind aftereffects that could not be mended by mud after this battle, they did not care.
As long as we can win. As long as my son can wake up. Everything is worth it. Chapter 1094, Soul Burning Technique. Morong Chinga was retreating in the sky.
By the Gongru sisters, who had already given up everything, they were beaten without the ability to fight back. Gongsun Jimeng and the others in the distance noticed that something was wrong. The two sides fighting didn't seem to have the oppressive feeling of a true saint level. Although Gongsun Jimeng was only at the peak of the supreme level, as the current patriarch of the seven-colored glazed sect, she had come into contact with quite a few people, regardless of whether they were at the pseudo-saint level or the true saint level. The four supreme elders in Morong Chinga should only be at the pseudo-saint level and had not reached the true saint level.
What was going on here?
She didn't know what had happened to weaken the four supreme elders so much. It had fallen from the true saint level to the pseudo-saint level.
By all rights. As far as Morong Chinga's pseudo-saint level strength was concerned, any one of the four supreme elders would be able to easily resolve it. As a result, the four were now joining forces and were still unable to attack for a long time. But according to the current situation, Morong Chinga would soon be seriously injured. In response to this, Gongsun Jimeng was also powerless.
Even a battle at the pseudo-saint level was not something that she, a peak supreme level, could participate in. Despite wanting to know the secret of the Forbidden Land from Morong Chinga. However, she did not have the ability to save the other party from the four supreme elders. She could only wait until Lindong arrived. With Lindong's Saint King level strength, it was believed that the Forbidden Land would not have any secrets to tell in front of him.
Put.
Morong Chinga was careless and took a blow to her undershirt. A mouthful of blood spewed out, staining the green-colored gauze skirt on her body red again by a small amount. She had just become the Saint Realm not long ago. She didn't have enough combat experience, plus her strength was also too sufficient. As a result, Morong Chinga had no power to fight against the four Gongru sisters who had already gone crazy.
If it wasn't for they
Saint Body's defense and recovery power being exceptionally strong, she would have already been unable to hold out. Then she took a few blows in succession.
Puff. Several more mouthfuls of blood sprayed out.
The green-colored gauze skirt on Morong Chinga's body had been dyed red with blood, completely turning it into a red gauze skirt.
It looked miserable.
There was almost no chance of winning in this situation. But she still didn't choose to give up.
Because once you give up, it would mean death. It was better to fight to the end.
The cave beneath the Forbidden Land. In the battle here just now, when Morong Chinga was hit, a mouthful of blood sprayed right into the cold pool. It disappeared after being absorbed by the mist floating above the cold pool.
No one had noticed this detail. After all, it was in the middle of a life and death battle. Who had the energy to pay attention to this? The blood traveled down the mist into the depths of the cold pool and was absorbed cleanly. Morong Chinga's charming body was the final condition for the awakening of the Gongru clan's sister's mouthpiece, the Gongzi. This mouthful of blood could also be useful. Thump!
A seemingly heartbeat appeared in the cold pool. It was as if something had been awakened.
Then, thump thump thump.
There was the first heartbeat, followed by a continuity of heartbeats that resounded continuously.
But the amount of a mouthful of blood was too small.
It could only restore the heart to a slight beat, but it couldn't activate the other organs. The sound of the heartbeat in the middle of the cold pool was small, and could even be described as faint. Even in the middle of the cave, it was hard to hear it without being careful. It was even more impossible in the outside world. The battle in the sky above the Forbidden Land was still going on. Under the Gongru sisters' constant attacks, Morongchinga's resistance was getting weaker and weaker.
The battle seemed to have reached its final moments. All four of them showed joyful expressions. It was finally going to end. As long as they took down Morongchinga and threw her into the cold pool, the male would be able to awaken after absorbing it. Their mission was also accomplished. After the male son recovered, they could return home, leaving for so many epochs. It was finally time to go back. The four sisters at this moment were all quite excited. Just as they were about to make their final strike at the same time to seriously injure Morongchinga. Boom! Morongchinga, who was at the center, suddenly exploded. Her strength, which was originally only in the middle stage of the pseudosate level, was directly raised to the late stage of the pseudosate level. A powerful aura spread out. It blocked the footsteps of the four people. The sudden change of events caught the Gongru sisters by surprise. The final strike that was prepared was also forced to be abandoned. For a moment, they froze on the spot. They simply wouldn't have thought that the other party had actually hidden their strength. Morongchinga being able to reach the middle stage of the pseudosate level was already shocking enough. It turned out that they had still underestimated her. I'm afraid that the energy absorbed by this girl amounted to at least 95% or more, with very little wasted. Such a character. It could be called an unparalleled talent, rare in the world. Just as the four froze, Morongchinga found the right moment and her body transformed into a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! It shot out from the gap between two of them, heading off into the distance at extreme speed. The speed was so fast. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared. In order to make the four master teachers let their guard down and create an excellent opportunity for herself to escape, Morongchinga chose to endure countless attacks hard. Even though the sacred body was in tatters, it wasn't fatal. As long as one could escape from here. With the recovery ability of the saint body, it would soon heal. Morongchinga flickered and disappeared before the Gongru sisters reacted. Not good. This girl was going to escape. Great fear surrounded them. Morongchinga must not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, not only would the Gungzi be unable to awaken. If the other party is given enough time to grow, there might even be endless troubles afterward. Chase! Big Sister Qian Ru shouted. Outside her body, an invisible fire instantly burned. The entire person turned blood red. The breath was climbing rapidly. Hearing the voice of the eldest sister, the remaining three did the same. This was one of the Blue Clan's forbidden techniques, the soul burning technique. It could ignite one's soul power, or spiritual power, instantly gaining 10 times more battle power. The reason why forbidden arts are called forbidden arts. After casting it, the price paid would be very high. Soul power was something that was recognized as the most difficult to recover in the universe. Once it was burned out, the caster would die completely. Even if it was stopped midway, it would cause permanent damage to the caster. This was a forbidden technique that only the first line of the Blue Clan, as well as the trained dead soldiers, were able to acquire. Gongru's sisters, as Bluefeather's personal maidservants, had lived with Bluefeather night and day, sharing honor and disgrace, and were considered the closest of people, before they were privately taught the soul-burning technique. Although it is against the rules. But this kind of situation was already not strange. The direct descendants of the Lan clan would almost always do this. One could have someone close to them cast this technique at a critical moment to buy themselves time to escape. The soul-burning technique was cast. It instantly increased the battle power of the four Gongru clan sisters by more than 10 times. However, the consequences were also very serious. Originally, they had just finished casting the forbidden art to forcefully raise their strength for Morongchinga, and their bodies were in a period of extreme weakness. Then they had experienced a great battle. It had suffered some injuries. Now they had cast the soul-burning technique again. After this battle, even if the four didn't die, they are basically considered to be completely wasted.
Even if their son woke up, there was no way to save them.
Chapter 1095 Absorption.
After casting the soul burning technique,
the Gong Ru sisters were preparing to chase after Morong Chinga.
With their current strength, it was too much higher than Morong Chinga.
They would soon be able to catch up, and then capture it back.
At this moment, a chain stretched out from the Forbidden Land.
It chased after Morong Chinga in the direction she had fled first. Wherever it passed, the void trembled, vague and not quite real to see, seemingly not bound by space at all.
One end of the chain disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye.
Gongzi.
Seeing the appearance of the chains, the Gong Ru clan sisters showed a look of ecstasy and shouted. At the same time, they immediately stopped the soul burning technique. There was a male son who had made a move. They were no longer needed. By lifting the forbidden technique earlier, they could reduce the damage to themselves.
All four of them did not expect it. The eunuch had actually awakened.
To them, it was an unexpected joy.
Wasn't the mission still unfinished? The charming body hadn't been absorbed either. Why did he suddenly wake up?
But all of this was no longer important. It was good as long as the male was able to awaken. A chain suddenly stretched out from the Forbidden Land and chased after Morong Chinga, shocking Gongsun Jimeng and the others. Coupled with the fact that the four supreme elders shouted out the title of Gongzi from their mouths,
everyone had a guess in their hearts.
I'm afraid that the secret within the seven-colored glazed sect's Forbidden Land was related to the male son the Taishan elders spoke of.
Could it be that the so-called prince had been hiding in the Forbidden Land?
Then 8 more chains appeared one after another in the Forbidden Land, plus the one that went after Morong Chinga, making a total of 9 chains.
In addition to the one that appeared first,
the rest of the 8 chains were fluttering around in the sky above the Forbidden Land,
just like tentacle monsters.
It made Gongsun Jimeng and the other group of 7-colored glazed sect executives feel a little numb.
Unlike them, the 4 Gong Ru sisters all acted excited. A moment later, the chain that had gone after Morong Chinga was retracted.
There was a person tied to the other end of the chain. It was precisely Morong Chinga who had just escaped. At this moment, her body was bound tightly, unable to move, and a look of terror appeared in her eyes. She could see where the chains came from. It was one of the 9 chains that she had seen in the cave beneath the Forbidden Land.
But why would the chains come to life?
And they were also bound without any resistance from herself.
It couldn't have been done by the male in the mouth of the 4 masters, could it? Thinking about this, Morong Chinga's heart was in a state of panic.
She hadn't even been like this when facing the 4 masters. However, the 4 master teachers were nothing more than maidservants.
If that eunuch from a higher civilization awoke, wouldn't she have no chance of winning? Morong Chinga fought the needles.
It was just that no matter what method she used, she could not break free from the chains on her body. The heart also slowly sank. She knew that her further efforts were futile.
The opponent's ability was simply not something she could resist.
Perhaps this was one's own fate.
Morong Chinga at this moment was somewhat disheartened.
Despite the fact that she had discovered her master's purpose in advance and had remained hidden in order to find the best time to escape, and saw that she had already succeeded for the most part, she was still unable to escape her fate in the end.
Gongsun Jimeng and
the others saw the entire process and were greatly shocked in their hearts. Out of a single chain, a pseudo-saint-level powerhouse was captured and brought back unopposed.
What exactly were these 9 chains? How could it have such power?
Morong Chinga returned to the skies above the Forbidden Land. The 4 Gong Ru sisters were already far away, and they knew that the Gongzi was definitely going to absorb the charming body next.
Sure enough, when Morong Chinga felt the chains on her body loosen, before she could make a move,
the other 8 chains wrapped around immediately afterward, binding all of her hands and feet as well as her neck. Just now, she was only bound to her body, and her hands and feet could still move. Now, with her hands, feet, and neck bound, she couldn't move her body in the slightest and could only look up at the sky, leaving helpless tears in the corners of her eyes. At this time, Morong Chinga was like a woman tied to a bed, letting sinful people do whatever they wanted. Apart from shedding tears, there was nothing she could do.
Although she didn't know what she would experience next.
But based on the words of the 4 masters who had said that they wanted her to dedicate her life,
Morong Chinga already had an answer in her heart. She herself would die. It was that she didn't know yet in what way she would die. No one would come to save her. No one could save her either. While she could still speak. She's going to tell everything she knows. Even if she dies herself. Also, when the others knew the purpose of the Four Masters. What effect a person from an advanced civilization would have on the Star Void realm after healing from his injuries was not yet known, but had to be guarded against. There was only so much one could do. Sovereign! Did you guys see this? This is the secret in the Forbidden Land. The seven-colored glazed sect itself is a front. The purpose is to cultivate saint realms with special physiques, and then sacrifice everything to help the people in the Forbidden Land recuperate from their injuries. These people aren't from the Star Void realm at all, they are from a higher civilization. Once he is allowed to heal from his injuries, there is no telling what he will do. You guys have to escape from here, and tell everyone in the Star Void realm about everything, so that everyone can be prepared to take precautions. Morong Chinga's words caused Gongsun Jiming and the others to tremble. Unbelievably, they shifted their gazes to the four Gongru sisters. The four supreme elders were actually not from the Star Void realm? The seven-colored glazed sect was established with the purpose of cultivating sage realms of various body types and then sacrificing everything to nurse the wounds of those hidden in the Forbidden Land? Regarding Morong Chinga's words, only Gongsun Jiming was basically convinced. It was no wonder that since the establishment of the sect, so many seniors who had first entered the Saint realm had not been coming out after entering the Forbidden Land. That explained it. The Gongru clan's few people didn't care about the gazes of the others and didn't make any explanations, not to mention stopping Morong Chinga. They were in a very, very bad state right now. There was no energy to care about this, and their minds were all focused on the 9 chains. As long as the eunuch finished absorbing Morong Chinga, he would be able to completely awaken. At that time, who else in the Star Void realm would be able to stop them? Sovereign! Take advantage of this to quickly lead the people away and save senior sister as well. She will only die if she stays here. Morong Chinga said again. For Bailey Yanhong, the senior sister who gave her a new life, Morong Chinga was still very grateful. It was a pity that the other party was a pawn just like her. Of course, even if they were pawns. Senior sister was also luckier than herself. At least she had found her happiness, enjoyed that moment, and dodged this disaster. Chinga, don't worry. Your senior sister has already been saved by Lin Dong. Gongsun Jiming could not help but return. Morong Chinga's heart froze when she heard this. Elder sister had already been rescued by Lin Dong? When did this happen? How had she been saved away? Lin Dong had this strength? The Four Masters did not go to stop it? A series of questions appeared in her mind. Lin Dong dared to risk so much to save senior sister. It seemed that senior sister's charming body was indeed broken by him. It was still considered a man with commitment. Morong Chinga still wanted to continue speaking. Hiss! A sharp pain that drilled through the heart swept through. It turned out that a chain had pierced into her chest and stuck into her heart, starting to suck the essence blood. At the same time, several other chains were also stabbed into Morong Chinga's body from various parts. Chapter 1096, Arriving. All 9 chains were rooted into Morong Chinga's body, and one of them even poked straight into the heart. For a saint realm with a holy body, such injuries were nothing. With the recovery speed of a saint body, it would quickly heal itself. But Gongsun Jiming and the others understood. These chains were not just as simple as injuring someone. There were clearly other functions. As Morong Chinga's breath grew weaker and weaker, everyone realized. It turned out that the chains were absorbing the energy in Morong Chinga's body, as well as her blood. Such a bizarre scene. It made the hearts of the crowd of 7-colored glazed sect executives tremble. They had never heard of it. Anyone could heal their injuries by directly absorbing energy and blood from someone else's body. It couldn't be some sort of evil art. There were some 7-colored glazed sect executives standing at the back who couldn't accept such a horrifying scene and began to slowly retreat, quickly turning around and fleeing towards the distance after retreating to a certain distance. It was too damn scary. It seems like the 7-colored glazed sect can't stay any longer. It was better to quickly find a place to hide. They didn't want to end up like this one day. In fact, this is something that everyone is overthinking. In addition to the required physique.
The others were placed in front of Blue Feather and he wouldn't absorb them, even though the body was already riddled with holes. The aftereffects of casting the soul burning technique had also begun to appear. However, the smiles on the faces of the four Gongru sisters grew brighter and brighter. Their hearts were also excited to the extreme.
The male son was absorbing the charming body now. The time before he awakens is also close.
The moment the male son finished absorbing the charmed body, it would be the time for him to completely awaken. The four of them did not fail the Duke's expectations and accomplish their mission. Even though there were some accidents in the middle, the result was still pleasing. This was sufficient.
The process was not important.
It was the result that mattered.
Sharp pain was attacking Morong Chinga.
But it was still within her tolerance. After all, the pain she had experienced when raising her strength was much more intense than this. At that time, she had survived. Nowadays, this pain was somewhat trivial. What really made Morong Chinga feel panicked was her own life force and blood were rapidly draining away, being sucked away by those hateful chains and becoming someone else's sustenance. It wouldn't take long. One would be sucked into a dry corpse.
Morong Chinga didn't expect that she would end up dying this way. It was really too humiliating. I wonder if there would be someone to collect my own corpse. If it was possible.
She hoped that Lin Dong would bring her corpse back to Earth for burial.
That was her hometown.
Returning to one's roots was a wish that every Earthling had.
No one was willing to die in a foreign land.
Beneath the Forbidden Land, in the middle of the cold pool, the energy and blood sucked up by the 9 chains were continuously transferred over. The sound of the heartbeat started to become strong and powerful from weak.
Other organs were also reviving.
Suddenly, a pair of eyes opened, emitting a blue light that illuminated the entire cold pool.
Then 2 blue lights shot out from the cold pool and shot straight up into the sky.
When the Gongru clan sisters in the sky saw these 2 beams of blue light, their expressions became even more excited.
They even shed tears of excitement. Gong, cough. Gongzi, cough. Gongzi has finally awakened up. Yes. We, cough. Our sisters, cough.
Have waited for this day for far, far too long.
It's a pity that, cough. It's a pity that we won't be able to, cough. Not be able to accompany Gongzi anymore. It won't be. Cough. Duke won't abandon us, cough, he will definitely find a way to save us.
The 4 sisters were even speaking intermittently now, interrupted several times by coughs. It was evident how serious their physical condition was.
With the 4 in their current state,
the possibility of accompanying Lan Yu in the future was almost zero. As a direct descendant of the Blue Clan, it was impossible for Blue Feather to have 4 losers by his side all the time. What he wanted were maidservants who could help him and sacrifice their lives to protect him at critical moments.
Not 4 wastes who couldn't do anything.
Of course, it wasn't ruled out that Blue Feather would spend a large price to cure the 4. This would depend on Blue Feather's mood. To see if he would be mindful of the fact that the Gongru clan's several people had been preparing for 1,000,000 years in order to awaken him, and in the end, they even sacrificed themselves, and have a clear conscience for once. In fact, like this kind of big clan direct descendant. The vast majority of them were not sentimental people. What they look at is having interests. Only a small portion of them would value their feelings so highly that they would go out of their way to cure the people around them who were loyal
to him. One just didn't know which kind of person Blue Feather was. Is he himself going to die? Morong Chinga thought in a bit of a trance. Yes. One is going to die.
It would soon turn into a dry corpse.
It was better not to let Lin Dong take herself back to Earth.
She did not want Lin Dong to see the appearance of herself becoming a dry corpse. The essence blood and ordinary blood in Morong Chinga's heart region had already been sucked away by 80% by the chains. The self-repairing speed of the sacred body was completely unable to keep up with the flow. It caused her consciousness to even begin to gradually blur.
Now was not like back then.
Back then there was a constant flow of energy entering her body. As long as she endured the severe pain and gritted her teeth, she would be able to pull through. This time, her body was about to be sucked dry.
It wasn't something that could be overcome by just gritting her teeth.
If this continued, there was only one path waiting for Morong Chinga, and that was death. Gongsun Shimeng stood in the distance, her hands clenched together, watching everything happen, but she couldn't do anything about it. She wanted to save Morong Chinga. Nay, her own strength was too low. Not to mention going forward to help. She couldn't even get close. The fellow hidden in the Forbidden Land had also awakened. Now, the only person who could save Morong Chinga was Lin Dong. Both of them were from the same planet. If Lin Dong was there, he would have definitely come to his rescue. He did not know where Lin Dong was now. Would he be able to make it in time? Seeing that Morong Chinga was about to be sucked dry and die, Gongsun Jiming's heart was incomparably anxious. Lin Dong walked out of the spatial crack. He was in a location that was in the void outside the seven-colored continent. Looking at the continent emitting a seven-colored halo in the distance, Lin Dong searched for the location of the seven-colored glazed sect and was preparing to move. First, he would find Gongsun Jiming and then explore the secrets in the Forbidden Land. Suddenly 2 blue lights shot out from the seven-colored continent, directly cutting through the void and disappearing. The location where the blue light was emitted happened to be in the seven-colored glazed sect. This is? Lin Dong was taken aback. To be able to emit 2 blue lights of such astonishing power, this person's strength was bound to be not bad. At least those 4 old ladies from the seven-colored glazed sect could not do so. Which strong person would be in the seven-colored glazed sect? There was no time to think more. Lin Dong drilled into the spatial rift and quickly rushed towards the location where the blue light was shot out. What exactly had happened would be known when he went to take a look. Lin Dong does not care about the seven-colored glazed sect and the deaths of the 4 old ladies, nor will he. However, Gongsun Shiming could not afford to fail. How to say that the other party's relationship with Sister Hong was there, and had also once helped himself. Chapter 1097 Timely. Seven-colored glazed sect, above the Forbidden Land. Morong Chinga had already reached her last dying breath. The body had already been sucked dry by more than 90%. It was at this last close call. A spatial crack suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, a silhouette stepped out of it. A red light then flashed. Ding ding ding. 9 sounds rang out in a row. 9 chains broke in response. Morong Chinga lost the pull of power and her body began to fall. However, it was quickly caught. Lin Dong looked at Morong Chinga in his arms. His brows were tightly furrowed together. When he had just come out of the spatial rift, he had seen that this woman, who came from the same planet as himself, was in a very poor state and was almost on the verge of dying. And what caused this result? It was the 9 chains that were tied into her body. It was too late to inquire about what was going on. Lin Dong took out the evil breaking sword that could cut down everything under the sun and swung it out, cutting off all 9 chains. He then caught Morong Chinga. Looking at the 9 chain severed heads that still remained in the other party's body, Lin Dong injected a force into his body and shook out all 9 chain severed heads. There was no more chain sucking. Only then did Morong Chinga's saint body begin to slowly recover. Lin Dong disliked that this speed was too slow and took out the stone of life. Not caring about what men and women were doing, he directly ripped open Morong Chinga's sarong that had been dyed red on her chest and pressed the stone of life onto the wound. The majestic life force entered through the wound. The body that was already on the verge of drying up was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Dong let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he was out of danger. Morong Chinga had just been in a very dangerous state, and if he was not careful, his life would be over. The body was completely hollowed out, just short of being sucked into a dried corpse. It was fortunate that there was the stone of life to input the majestic life force. Otherwise, relying only on one's own recovery, the outcome was really hard to say. The main thing was that the deficit was too severe. Even a saint body had no way to save itself. With regards to this Morong Chinga woman, Lin Dong could not say that he had a favorable feeling, but he could not say that he hated it either. With the fact that both of them were from Earth, he could not do anything to see death. From the time Lin Dong appeared, chopped off the 9 chains, rescued Morong Chinga, and took out the stone of life to help her out of danger, it was almost a 1-2 punch that took an extremely short amount of time. Because at that time, time was life. So much so that he had done everything. Only then did the Gongru sisters and Gongsun Jimeng and the others manage to come back to their senses. Bastard! It's you again! The Gongru clan looked at Lin Dong with a burning rage in her eyes. itching to break the other party into pieces and thwart his bones.
How could she not remember Lin Dong?
It was this fellow who, together with his master, had rescued Bailey Yanhong while snatching away the Gongzi's sword, the Ice Spirit Divine Sword.
And now he came again?
He also sabotaged the Duke of Li's plan.
The remaining three also stared angrily at Lin Dong. If eyes could kill.
He already did not know how many times he had died. Although the four of them had bad eyes, none of them took any action. They knew their physical condition.
Gongsun Jimun was overjoyed to see Lin Dong's appearance.
Luckily, he had caught up. Any later and the consequences would have been unpredictable. Only after Lin Dong lifted Morongchinga's crisis did he turn his gaze towards the 9 chains that he had cut off and had quickly retracted back into the Forbidden Land, as well as the 4 Gongru sisters.
What kind of contraption was this? It couldn't be the secret within the Forbidden Land, could it? What was the source of the chains? And who had just emitted the 2 blue lights?
There were also those 4 old ladies. Their bodies were shriveled and almost completely wasted.
2 peak true saint level, 2 late true saint level, how did they end up in such a miserable state? What exactly had happened? Lin Dong had many questions in his mind.
He wanted to ask Gongsun Shiming out loud, but felt that the timing was not right. After all, he was the 7-colored glazed sect patriarch. He himself was in a hostile relationship with the 4 supreme elders of the 7-colored glazed sect, so doing so would be tantamount to harming her.
It was better to find the answer by oneself.
The massive life force possessed by the Stone of Life pulled Morongchinga back from the brink of death, and the person gradually regained consciousness. Her eyes slightly opened a slit, and what she saw was a handsome side face.
Wasn't he dead? How come it was not quite the same as imagined? Why was Lin Dong here? Could it be that he was hallucinating? Hallucinations were hallucinations. Morongchinga did not care either. She did not have much time left anyway.
Soon she would have to leave this world completely. Before she died, she still wanted to figure out one more thing.
Lin Dong. Morongchinga shouted in a weak voice.
Lin Dong was observing the Forbidden Land and was preparing to release his spiritual power to explore it. When he heard Morongchinga call him, he lowered his head and looked at the other party without saying anything, but there was an inquiring look in his eyes.
Why did you reject me in front of so many people at the Heaven's Pride event in the first place? Where exactly am I not worthy of you?
I, Morongchinga, think I'm not worse than any of the women around you. You can accept them but only reject me. Why in the world is that?
I know I am dying, Lin Dong, can you give me an explanation? I don't want to leave with regrets. Morongchinga's voice carried endless grievances. The series of questions directly confused Lin Dong.
He carefully recalled for a moment. It was only then that he remembered that the other party was talking about what happened on Earth. Back then, at the Huaxia Heaven's Pride event, he had unintentionally achieved the final victory and gained the title of the #1 person of the younger generation in Huaxia, and the organizer, Kunlun, meant that the victor was to be united with Morongchinga. He himself refused on the spot.
How could there be such a thing?
What kind of era is it, and still this kind of thing?
How can you be together without feelings? There was a difference between humans and animals. Humans relied on feelings, unlike animals, which relied on instinct. Morongchinga is beautiful and excellent.
To Lin Dong at that time, she was just a stranger.
Moreover, he already had Yunxi. How could he possibly agree to the other party?
What Lin Dong did not expect was
how many years had passed. Morongchinga unexpectedly still remembered all of it. Moreover, she had just gotten out of a life-threatening situation and asked it.
Obviously, these questions had been troubling her all along, so much so that she knew that she was about to die and was still holding on to them. Lin Dong looked at the person in his arms. It had just regained a little bit of life. Her face was still deathly white without a trace of blood color. A pair of large eyes only opened a tiny slit.
However, this sickly beauty made Morongchinga appear even more pitiable.
Don't think nonsense, with me here, you can't die yet, let's wait for these problems until later. For now, you should focus your mind on yourself first, absorbing a little more life force will be good for you to recover your body. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he stopped looking at Morongchinga and turned his head to lock his gaze in the Forbidden Land. He knew that today's matter was not yet over.
The 7-colored glazed sect's forbidden land had already been opened. The secrets hidden within were bound to be exposed. The fellow who had emitted those 2 blue lights was no light. Chapter 1098, The Truth of the Forbidden Land. Morongchinga's mind was a little confused when she heard Lin Dong's voice. Last time when he was blurred in consciousness and hallucinating, Lin Dong did not reply like this. Why had he become so gentle this time? She followed Lin Dong's words and sensed the condition of her body. It was almost at the end of its oil. Yet, there was a powerful life force constantly entering her body. Then she associated it with what Lin Dong had just said. Could it be that he had saved himself? Morongchinga's eyes slowly widened as her head slightly lifted to look at her chest. Only to see that the clothes since her chest had been opened, revealing the white skin inside, as well as the location of the wound, which happened to have a stone emitting a milky white halo. The majestic life force was exactly what the stone had injected into his body. The body still didn't have much strength. But Morongchinga could feel it. She was moving in a good direction. The chains that were originally lodged into her body were also gone. It seemed like she was truly saved. And the person who saved her happened to be Lin Dong, who had once humiliated and rejected her in public. What made Morongchinga puzzled was, did Lin Dong know that he was in danger and came over on a special trip? Or did he just happen to pass by? Whatever. As long as it was safe. In fact, Morongchinga did not want to be seen in a sorry state by Lin Dong. However, compared to her life, obviously, the latter was a little more important. Suddenly, Morongchinga thought of the words of the 4 masters. There was still a strong person from a more advanced civilization hidden in the Forbidden Land, and he should have already awakened. To be able to have 4 true saint-level handmaidens, this person's identity must be very high, and a high identity meant strong strength. No way. It is not safe now. This place should not be stayed for long. Lin Dong, let's get out of here. There is a big secret, a big terror in the clan's Forbidden Land. If we don't leave, it will be too late. Morongchinga weakly whispered. Oh? You know the secret in here? Speak out and listen. Lin Dong asked curiously. I will slowly tell you when we change to a safe place. It's fine. Say it now. Don't worry, as long as there is a place where I am, it is the safest. The place with me is the safest. Lin Dong's words filled with dominance caused Morongchinga to give a sideways glance, her heart shocked and at the same time a little less convinced. On Earth or in the Milky Way galaxy, Morongchinga would definitely be convinced if Lin Dong said such words. However, this was the star void realm. It was more than a level higher than Earth and the Milky Way galaxy. How could Lin Dong dare to say such words? Disbelief aside, Morongchinga did not say it out loud, but quickly explained. Lin Dong, I do not understand too well. According to my guess, there is a person hidden within this forbidden land. This person has been in a deep sleep. He and the 4 elders of the Supreme Elders are not from the Star Void realm, but are from a higher level civilization. The 4 elders of the Supreme Elders are only his handmaidens, and when they address this person, they also address him as a son. Once Lin Dong heard these words, his heart could not help but feel a little shocked. The secret of the 7-colored glazed sect's forbidden land was actually a person from a higher level civilization? And it had been in slumber. The 4 true saint-level powerhouses were merely their handmaidens? I'm afraid that this person's identity and strength would not be low. Could it be that the 2 blue lights just now were emitted when he awakened? Which part was it? It should be the eyes. Sleeping for countless years. Opening his eyes for the first time. The eyes can reach such power. This person is a bit tricky. He can't be at the void god level. Lin Dong could not help but feel a little anxious in his heart. A half-step void god level was better. He was very sure of himself in a 4-on-1 match. If he really reached the void god level, even if he had 3 doppelgangers, he would probably not be an opponent. Without waiting for Lin Dong to speak, Morongchinga took a few breaths and continued. In fact, the 7-colored glazed sect was also established to facilitate their search for women with various physiques, and after finding a way to cultivate them to the sage realm, they would allow the sleeping person to absorb them. My charming body was the last one. As long as I was absorbed, the person would awaken, and before me, they cultivated their senior sister, Bailey Yanhong. However, the senior sister's charming body was broken when she was on a mission, and it was of nothing useful anymore, so that's why I was chosen.
After saying that, Morong Chinga stared closely at Lin Dong,
trying to find a bit of abnormality in the other party's eyes.
If he was the one who had broken senior sister's charming body, it was impossible that he did not react at all.
Sure enough,
Lin Dong's eyes and emotions fluctuated greatly when he heard that it should have been Bailey Yanhong who had originally absorbed it, and that it was her charming body that was broken before she was replaced. A realization also dawned in his heart.
Everything was explained.
Why was Sister Hong punished into the cold ice cave in the first place just for a pseudo-saint level Shiman Fukue? With the strength of the 4 true saint level Taishan elders of the 7-colored glazed sect, there was no need to be afraid of the Shiman family at all. With that little strength of the Shiman family, where was the qualification to call the shots with the 7-colored glazed sect? It turned out to be that the most important reason was that Sister Hong's charming body was broken, causing it to lose its value. It had been cultivated for so many years. Seeing that it was at the last moment, but it was a lost cause.
Anyone would be incomparably angry.
Sister Hong being punished into the cold ice cave was not so hard to understand.
In that case,
by accidentally breaking Sister Hong's charmed body, he had sort of saved her. Otherwise, it would have been Sister Hong who was absorbed. If Sister Hong hadn't entered the cold ice cave, he himself wouldn't have been forced and worked so hard to raise his strength, and would definitely have progressed gradually. By that time, perhaps one could only watch as Sister Hong was sucked into a dry corpse, but did not have the strength to save her. The trigger for everything started when Sister Hong was punished into the cold ice cave. I don't know if those 4 old ladies would vomit blood in anger if they knew the truth. If they hadn't done that at that time, where would have been the chain of events that followed? Perhaps one would have listened to Chen Jing Zihan's advice and joined the Heavenly Star House, becoming a member of the Heavenly Star House now, quietly and secretly developing obscenely. Would never have taken that much of a risk.
The slightest miscalculation would result in a total loss. Morong Chinga stared at Lin Dong for a while.
From the other party's demeanor and what came out of his eyes, basically, it was determined that the relationship between the two was not ordinary, and senior sister's charming body was definitely broken by Lin Dong.
They knew each other on Earth, right? Why did they get together on their way to the Star Void realm?
Senior sister had lived for nearly 2,000 years, all the while keeping her charmed body intact.
How long had she known Lin Dong?
To willingly disobey her master's order and offer up the most precious thing a woman could have, it was difficult for Morong Chinga to understand.
Even love at first sight.
It did not develop so quickly either. Not to mention that at that time, senior sister was a towering cosmic enforcer with a strength of late supreme level. Lin Dong was only just entering the eternal realm. There was a huge difference between the two people's status and strength. However, the facts proved elder sister's choice was right.
Morong Chinga thought of another possibility.
Senior sister should have discovered the secrets within the Forbidden Land a long time ago and did not want to become someone else's feeder just like that, so she took a gamble in this way.
I didn't expect that it would really make her gamble right.
Although she was punished into the cold ice cave by the extremely angry senior. But she was still saved by the man of her choice.
Despite some surprises in the middle.
At least the result was beautiful.
Chapter 1099, Good Guts. Just as the two were contemplating,
Lin Dong's eyes suddenly stared and he asked out loud. It turns out that the 7-colored glazed sect's Forbidden Land is still hiding such a secret, but we cannot leave even if we want to now. How is your body recovering?
Can you leave by yourself?
No way. I haven't recovered yet, my body can't make any strength at all, don't let go of me.
Morong Chinga hurriedly shook her head in
reply. At the same time, her hands tightly wrapped around Lin Dong and grabbed his clothes, fearing that Lin Dong would put himself down. In response, Lin Dong was speechless for a while in his heart.
This is called not being able to exert any force at all? If it was an ordinary person, they would have been strangled by you.
Now was also not the time to be concerned.
This was because the person hidden in the Forbidden Land had already made a move.
Show. 9 chains once again shot out from the Forbidden Land. The target was pointed directly at Lin Dong and Morong Chinga. The speed was so fast that they arrived in front of the two almost instantly.
Morong Chinga also realized the danger.
She buried her head in Lin Dong's arms and held onto the other party with a death grip. Even if she died, she would definitely not let go. Lin Dong had no choice but to bring Morong Chinga with him as his body flickered to avoid the attack of the chains. However, these 9 chains were like they had eyes, and they were in hot pursuit of the two. Some of them made a detour and attacked Lin Dong from other directions. The 9 chains were clearly divided. It blocked all 4 directions. Even if Lin Dong attempted to enter into the high-dimensional space, the chains were able to follow him in and accurately locate his position. These chains were like a tentacle monster that continuously attacked Lin Dong. Lin Dong could only be forced to dodge. He knew that this was being manipulated by someone. Seeing that dodging was not possible, he simply stopped dodging and chose to fight the other party hard. Ding ding ding. The sound of the evil breaking sword colliding with the chains resounded continuously. With every swing of the evil breaking sword, one of the chains would be chopped off by a section. Gradually Lin Dong frowned and realized that something was wrong. The 9 chains were as if they were endless and could not be chopped off. He did not know what kind of material they were made of, and they would grow back after being cut off. Moreover, if it wasn't for the use of the evil breaking sword, I'm afraid it would be difficult to chop them off. Ding ding ding. Lin Dong stood in the air, his left hand cradling Morong Chinga in his arms. With his right hand, he sealed the attacks of the 9 chains with a sword. No matter which direction the chains attacked from up and down, front and back, left and right, they were all blocked by Lin Dong. As the speed of the attacks from the chains became faster and faster, it finally reached a level that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. At this time, outside Lin Dong's body, a red oval-shaped barrier had formed, tightly wrapping the two within. Clanking and clanking collision sounds rang out unceasingly. Chain after chain fell from the air, yet it did not affect its offense at all. Gongsun Jiming and some of the remaining 7-colored glazed sect executives looked at the scene before them with shock. The aftershocks from each collision spread over, making them feel as small as a flatboat in the ocean, swaying left and right in the gusty winds and waves, with the possibility of capsizing at any time. Fortunately, the distance is far enough. Otherwise it was simply impossible to stand there unharmed. As time passed, Lin Dong slowly became a little impatient. With his half-step void god-level strength, fighting with such suppressed strength undoubtedly belonged to the category of a descending blow, and no matter how much more the chains attacked, they would not be able to break through this defense. It was just that Lin Dong did not want to waste any more time. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party had just awakened now and had not fully recovered, he would first force the person out. Let's see what kind of cow ghost is it. Boom! The aura of his body exploded, shaking all 9 chains away. At the same time, holding the evil breaking sword. Silently reciting in his heart. Evil breaking sword technique. A sword was swung at the source of the chains. A dazzling red light flashed. Gongsun Jimeng and the others all fell into brief blindness. With this sword, Lin Dong had only used his Saint King level battle power. Rumble. The sword light attacked the Forbidden Land, causing a huge explosion. The 9 chains shattered into countless sections and scattered in all directions. The Gong Ru sisters were relatively close, and all of them were sent flying by the explosion shockwaves. But a large mouthful of blood sprayed out of their mouths. Their bodies were already weak. How could they withstand such a strong aftershock of the explosion? Gongzi! The 4 of them shouted. However, while spitting out blood, they did not forget to worry about their Gongzi's safety. It was evident that the status of this male son in their hearts was even more important than their own lives. Lin Dong put away his sword and stood. His eyes fell on the smoke-filled Forbidden Land. Since the person hidden in the Forbidden Land was from a high-level civilization and was the son of 4 true saint-level powerhouses, with his status and position there, his strength was bound to be no worse. That sword just now was just to force it out. Lin Dong did not want to be able to injure the other party. Based on the 2 blue lights seen outside the 7-colored continent, this person would not be a good master to deal with. After the Gong Ru sisters stopped their bodies, they saw that the Forbidden Land had been completely destroyed by Lin Dong's sword, and that the Gongzi had not made any movements. They thought that something had happened to the Gongzi. Each of them looked at Lin Dong with crazy eyes. They could not wait to eat Lin Dong's flesh and drink his blood. Regarding their gazes, Lin Dong did not care at all. In the beginning, he was a mole cricket in the eyes of these 4 old ladies, but now in his eyes, how could the Gong Ru sisters not be mole crickets? The 4 sisters were anxious in their hearts. Although the Gongzi was an omnipotent existence in their hearts, But after all, he had just awakened, and the charming body had been interrupted before he had finished absorbing it. All four of them thought that the Gongzi had not recovered, and now that he had been sneak attacked, he must be in danger. Just at the moment when they were about to execute the soul-burning technique once again to fight to the death with Lin Dong to buy a little time for the Gongzi,
Lin Dong spoke. "Since your excellency has awakened, why are you still unwilling to show yourself?" After waiting for a moment, there was still no sound emanating from the forbidden area. It caused Lin Dong to frown. He guessed that the reason why the other party was not responding was likely still in the middle of recovery. Without knowing the exact strength of the hidden person, Lin Dong did not dare to give the other party too much time. In case his strength reached the void god level after he really recovered fully, it would be a big deal. Nowadays, he did not have the strength to deal with the void god level. "If your excellency does not show up again, don't blame me for striking mercilessly." The tip of Lin Dong's sword pointed straight to the depths of the Forbidden Land. At this time, Morongchinga in her arms suddenly said, "Lin Dong, let's go." She was still palpitating at the terror of the hidden person. It would definitely not be simple to make the four masters die and give their all. It was again from a higher level civilization. The unknown was always the most frightening. "Don't worry, I have my own measure. If you are afraid, leave first." Lin Dong said back. "If you don't leave, I won't leave either. And I still can't make my body work." Morongchinga buried her head in Lin Dong's arms and whispered. Lin Dong no longer paid attention. It was better to force out the hidden person beforehand, as he was preparing to strike again. Four figures in the distance quickly attacked. It was none other than the four Gongru clan sisters who had once again executed the soul-burning technique. Lin Dong impatiently swung out his sword. A red sword light chopped towards the four. According to what Morongchinga had said, these four old ladies did not know how many lives they had in their hands. Death was not enough to be spared. To such people, he wouldn't stay his hand. At this moment, two blue lights shot out from the Forbidden Land. One clashed with Lin Dong's red sword aura and disappeared into nothingness. The other split into four and wrapped around the Gongru sisters, extinguishing their soul-burning technique. A look of surprise appeared in the eyes of all four. "Gongzi is fine." A voice then came out from the Forbidden Land. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Really good guts. A small 7-star civilization, and someone dares to touch this Gongzi's maidservant." Chapter 1100, The Frog at the Bottom of the Well. Hearing this voice, the four Gongru sisters cried out in surprise, "Gongzi!" Feeling the blue light outside their bodies, they were repairing their bodies. The four sisters cried tears of joy. Their efforts had not been in vain. The male sun had completely awakened. This blue light was a unique ability of the Blue Clan's clan, possessing the dual effects of devouring and healing. It could be said to be the Blue clan's natural skill and the Blue Clan's foothold foundation. In the Blue Clan, those who had awakened the blue light were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. Only those who had awakened the blue light were also able to receive the family's key cultivation. Their male son was one of them. Just now, the male son emitted two blue lights. One swallowed the enemy's attack and one saved the four of them. It was enough to prove that the male sun had completely awakened. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked. These old ladies casually grasped on people. "You, who are the master, are no good either. Since you have awakened, take your people and hurry up to get out of here. You outsiders are not welcome in the Star Void realm." Lin Dong coldly replied back, combining Gongsun Jimeng and Morongchinga's words. He had already roughly guessed the truth of the matter. The person who had just spoken was sleeping here for some unknown reason. The four Gongru sisters, who were maidservants, had spent their entire lives working for their master's awakening. Midway through, they did a lot of bad things, establishing the seven-colored glazed sect. Utilizing the reputation of the sect and recruiting female disciples was just the surface scene. The real purpose was to cultivate the sacrifices needed to allow their male master to awaken. That's why Gongsun Jimeng said, any predecessor of the seven-colored glazed sect who had achieved the sage realm hadn't been coming out after entering the Forbidden Land. They must be gone. This also led to the reason why the seven-colored glazed sect did not have a single sage realm other than the four true saint-level Taishan elders in all the years since its establishment. Lin Dong was not the type of person who was cynical. For this kind of thing,
When he saw it, within his ability, he might manage it. However, it was better to let bygones be bygones. It had already happened, so let it pass. Furthermore, Lin Dong had deeper considerations. It was really necessary to offend these few guys from a higher level civilization to death. It would be good if they could all be resolved at once. If they could not be resolved, it might bring about a disaster to the Star Void realm.
Invasions and collisions between civilizations. The consequences are often the most serious. At that time, the entire astral void realm would be devastated. Regardless of the outcome, the Star Void realm would become a ruin. I believe that those dead Sage Realm ancestors of the seven-colored glazed sect did not want to see such an outcome.
The other party, no matter what, had also utilized the resources of the Star Void realm to awaken. As long as an agreement can be reached,
both sides would not violate each other. Then let them be.
Such an outcome would be good for both sides. Lin Dong's words were spoken. The other party did not respond for a long time. He probably did not expect that he would have a day to be scolded in this 7th level civilization.
You kid is not small in guts.
Not only do you want to kill my son's people, but you also scold my son. Do you know who you are talking to? A voice once again came from the depths of the Forbidden Land.
I don't care who you are.
Please immediately take your people away, leave the Star Void realm, and don't come back in the future as well, or else. Lin Dong did not finish his sentence, but gave the other party a bit of space to imagine.
Otherwise how?
The other party asked with interest. Otherwise don't blame us for pouring out the power of the entire Star Void realm to leave you and the others here forever.
Lin Dong's tone was very strong.
He understood in his heart. Against these people from higher level civilizations,
one could not show a bit of cowardice. One had to deal with them with the toughest stance. And also the kind of determined attitude that even if you die, you have to pull 2 cushions. Because even if you pretend to be a grandson and offer these guys up, they won't have the slightest bit of mercy. In their eyes, only interests. If they have enough benefits, they can do anything.
It was like when the galactic galaxy wind family invaded Earth. Everyone treated Formalizing as a god. But he wanted to plant a slave seal on Earth, wanting to enslave it, so that the people of Earth would never be able to turn over a new leaf.
If it wasn't for the system, Earth would have already become Formalizing's slave planet. It was the same now.
The Star Void realm was the same for people of higher level civilizations as Earth was in.
Formalizing's eyes at the time.
It depended on the benefits received and whether it was worth their hands.
In this case,
only by letting the other party see that all the humans in the Starry Void realm were determined to die, would it be possible to dissuade them from invading. Lin Dong did not know if this person had any thoughts or intentions of invading the Star Void realm.
However, he had to be on his guard. Ha ha ha.
A crazy laughter came from the Forbidden Land. Immediately after the laughter was withdrawn, he said with a sneer in his tone.
A small 7th level civilization, how dare you say that you want to leave this male here? Should I say that you are naive? Or should I say you're ignorant? Naive or ignorant? If you don't believe me, you can try. Even if we can't do it, we'll still leave you with a deep lesson. Are you threatening me?
It's not a threat, I'm just telling you that the people of my Star Void realm can give everything, even including their own lives, in order to protect their homeland, so I hope that you won't violate the bottom line, or else we can only choose to break the net of fish death. Although Lin Dong's words were calm, his tone carried a firmness that made it unquestionable. It was as if as long as someone really violated this bottom line, no matter who it was, he would give up everything and do what he said.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
An eerie laughter came from the Forbidden Land.
It seemed to be mocking Lin Dong's ignorance.
Kid, you are threatening the wrong person. You have to know that in front of absolute strength, any harsh words will accelerate the time of one's own demise. A group of frogs in the bottom of the well. How dare you dare to say that you want to leave this gongzi behind? It is simply laughable. Today, this gongzi will let you see what is the fear from a high-level civilization. Even if you pour out your everything for this gongzi,
it is just a mole nest. It's just a matter of destroying it with a single kick. The words just fell.
A dazzling blue light shot up from the Forbidden Land. It was even more majestic than the 2 that Lin Dong had seen outside the 7-colored continent.
It was as if it was going to penetrate the entire firmament.
As the other party's aura continued to climb, Lin Dong also gradually narrowed his eyes.
Central Divine Continent.
Xian Yuanshou was handling the affairs of the Sacred Alliance. Suddenly sensing something, he raised his head and gazed through the endless void in the direction of the seven-colored continent. Then throwing down the information in his hands, he took one step and entered the space rift, rushing in the direction of the seven-colored continent.
At the same time, Pang Zhong of the Pang clan, Ji Wuling of the Ji clan, Zhang Taiyin of the Jiang clan, Ke Fanhua of the Everlasting Island, and Wei Yang of the famous Sword Villa, the five known Sane King-level powerhouses of the Starry Void Realm, all sensed the sudden appearance of this huge aura. Immediately, they tore through the spatial barrier and entered the eight-dimensional space, rushing over as fast as they could. Chapter 1101, Where's My Sword? A moment later, the blue light disappeared.
A figure appeared in front of the Gongru sisters.
It was very young.
It looked roughly equivalent to a 30-something-year-old on Earth. What was rather special was,
this person possessed blue hair, blue eyes, and a blue tunic. Two words were embroidered on the chest of the tunic. Blue.
This figure that suddenly appeared was none other than the Gongru clan sister's mouthpiece, the male son, Blue Feather. He escaped to the Star Void realm more than 1,000,000 years ago with serious injuries, and after setting up the Nine Dragons sealing heavenly formation, he fell asleep here. After more than 1,000,000 years of hard work by the four maidservants, who had cultivated enough special physique offerings, he finally awoke today.
The king returned. Gongzi.
The four Gongru sisters shouted excitedly.
You four girls have done a great job. You have finally lived up to my expectations as a duke. Recuperate well. Leave the rest to me. Lan Yu complimented.
His voice was calm. There was no concern about how the Gongru sisters' bodies were doing. The four's terrible condition also did not have any effect on Blue Feather.
Not even a hint of emotional fluctuation could be aroused. A direct descendant of the Blue clan like Blue Feather. As his maidservant, one had to dedicate all for him. So in Blue Feather's opinion, Gongru's sisters did everything as a matter of course. He had long ago gotten used to it. When he was happy, the most he could do was to praise them. This was for the four who were maidservants. It was already a heavenly gift. Sure enough, a word of praise. It made the Gongru sisters so excited that they couldn't help themselves. The eyes became even more frantic. As long as Blue Feather had a word, even if they were asked to die immediately, the four would carry it out without hesitation. Thank you for your compliments, as long as your son can wake up, our sisters will pay even more price, all are worth it. The eldest sister Qianru clan was already a bit incoherent with excitement. The other three were similar. In the hearts of the four Gongru clan sisters, Blue Feather was their spiritual support for these more than 1,000,000 years. Everything they had done was also to be able to awaken their male son. Now that they had finally obtained the male son's approval, their bodies, which were already in tatters, instantly felt much better. Blue Feather's words stimulated the nerves of the four, causing them to become very hyperactive. The pain in their bodies instantly decreased by a lot. Lin Dong looked at the strange combination of 5 people in front of him. A young man in blue color. Behind him stood 4 old ladies. It was understandable for the old ladies to address the young man as Gongzi. That was how they were generally addressed. However, for a man who looked no more than in his 30s to address the 4 old ladies as maids was a bit too much. Even though he knew that this man was not younger than the 4 old ladies. However, Lin Dong still felt awkward. Growing up on Earth, the habits there were already deeply rooted in people's hearts. The vast majority of people on Earth only lived to be over 100 years old, with very few being 200 or 300 years old. As they grew older, their bodies would also become old. Which is like the humans of these advanced civilizations. From dozens of years old to hundreds of thousands of years old, the appearance may be similar. There are some rare heavenly treasures that can also make people return to their old age and youthfulness. There were no such things on Earth. How many years have passed since I fell asleep? Lan Yu asked out loud. Back to my lord, 10 epochs have passed since you fell asleep. The one who spoke this time was the Gongru clan. 10 epochs? Has it been that long? Please punish your son. It's because our sisters didn't quickly find all the physiques you needed as sacrifices that your son wasn't able to awaken earlier. Alright. This Gongzi is not the kind of person who doesn't know what's right. What you guys have done is already very good, everything else is fine, but the charming body is really hard to find, even in our hometown, it rarely appears. Thank you for your understanding, Your Excellency. It is indeed like what you said, the charmed body we have searched for millions of years, all to no avail. Just when we were all feeling desperate, we finally found one 2,000 years ago. While that charmed body was broken some time ago, luckily, she brought back one more person. So in order to avoid any further mishaps from this one, our sisters used forbidden techniques to forcibly elevate her to the sage realm. So, you guys didn't find the charming body in the previous 1 million years or so, but within the last 2,000 years, you found two charming bodies, only the one in front was broken? What I absorbed just now, was this one in the back? Yes. It is. Blue Feather fell into deep thought. The charmed body was an extremely rare physique in the universe. A 7-star civilization. Two had appeared in just 2,000 years. This was very abnormal. Could it be that the Star Void realm was about to be promoted? I see, you guys rest first. I'll find a way to replenish your bodies when we return. Many thanks, Your Excellency. The four were excited. They knew that Gongzi would not give up on them. Lan Yu turned his gaze towards Lin Dong. You should be the strongest person in this Star Void realm. You have a lot of guts, not to mention blocking me from absorbing the charming body, but you also dare to threaten me with your words. Do you think that if I kill you right now, the Star Void realm will turn into a piece of loose sand? You can try. Lin Dong calmly returned. Very well. To be able to be so calm in the face of this Gongzi, you are also considered a number one. After Blue Feather finished speaking, he suddenly shouted. Sword come. He felt something was wrong. Where was his own sword? Why wasn't it moving? Couldn't sense where it was either. Where is my sword? Blue Feather frowned and asked in an unkind tone. When the Gongru sisters heard this, their bodies shivered in fear. The male son was angry. However, Qianru Plan still answered with a trembling voice, Back to the male son, you. Your ice spirit divine sword, not long ago was discovered by someone and then forcibly stolen. That person's strength is very strong, our sisters are not a rival, and at that time, we were also afraid of affecting your awakening, so we can only watch, there is no way. What? Who is so bold? Dare to touch this duke's sword? Lan Yu asked in a stern voice. The ice spirit divine sword was a divine weapon that had accompanied him in battle for many years. Not to mention how precious the sword was. Just the feelings between the sword and the person alone did not allow anyone to touch it. Now someone had actually stolen it by force? Lan Yu only felt a flame burning in his heart. No matter who stole his ice spirit divine sword, all deserve to die. My lord, the person who took away the ice spirit divine sword is the master of the person in front of him, and the two of them came together at that time. Gong Ruse pointed at Lin Dong in front of him and said. Lan Yu once again dropped his gaze onto Lin Dong and asked through gritted teeth, It was your master who stole my sword? It is not stealing. It was a righteous take. The sword is not on you, so what makes you say it is yours? When my master took it, it was the owner of nothing. Lin Dong graciously admitted. Ask your master to return it, and I can stay to let you all die a painful death. Is it you who is stupid, or is it me? Since we are all going to die, why should I return it? And are you so sure that you can kill our master and disciple? Lin Dong snorted. Chapter 1102 Endure. Lin Dong's words completely enraged Lan Yu. As a direct descendant of the Lan clan who had awakened his natural skill, the key cultivation object of the clan, even in his hometown, Lan Yu was not a nobody. He didn't expect to be pointed at and scolded by someone in this tiny 7th-level civilization. It was simply an insult to his character. What was even more detestable was that the ice spirit divine sword, which had accompanied him in his battles for many years and had made great achievements, had also been stolen. These despicable humans were truly bold. Blue Feather felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. Back then, with a small oversight, he had paid a heavy price for his arrogance. It took a whole 10 epochs of slumber to awaken. Right now, he was holding a fire in his heart. Thinking about how to return as a king, up as if he was an old ancestor. Don't! We're a small place, we can't afford it and we don't need it, so hurry up, asshole. You don't get to say whether it's needed or not. This Gongzi is wherever he wants to be. I'll roll when you say I should? Don't I, the Blue Clan, want to lose face? Do you still want the Ice Spirit Divine Sword? Do you believe that you won't be able to see it for the rest of your life? Maybe one day when I am in a bad mood, I will directly throw it into the cesspit. Lin Dong asked with a smirk. You? Lan Yu glared at Lin Dong, looking at his smug look. He couldn't wait to immediately strike and waste this brat, making him kneel in front of him, a life worse than death. However, thinking that the Ice Spirit Divine Sword was still in the other party's hands, he took a deep breath and asked. Say it. What exactly will it take to return my sword? The sword can be returned to you, but you must promise that you cannot strike in the Star Void Realm, and you will not reveal the location and dissipation of the Star Void Realm to anyone, and you must also leave this place immediately. Lin Dong said with a straight face. Yes. Blue Feather replied in an incomparably stifled manner. For the sake of his Ice Spirit Divine Sword, he endured. When he got the sword, then he would slowly clean up this brat in front of him. I don't believe it. Lin Dong shook his head. You? Then how will you believe it? Just now, didn't you say that it was yourself who was from the Blue Clan? Then swear in the name of your Blue Clan and clan members that in the future, once you break your promise, all Blue Clan members will not be allowed to die well, and will become slaves for all eternity without being allowed to turn over. As long as you make this poisonous oath and allow me to record it, the sword will be able to do so. Before Lin Dong could speak, he was loudly interrupted by Blue Feather. Unbridled. Do you know what level of power my Blue Clan is? By casually sending out a team of people, I can exterminate your entire Star Void realm. What are your intentions in making me swear such an oath now? Kid, let me tell you, don't force me to make a move to completely destroy the Star Void realm. Blue Feather was burning with rage. Surprisingly, he was asked to make a gambling oath in the name of his family? And to record it? Simply delusional. If it was transmitted back to the clan. Even if Blue Feather was a full-fledged clan member who had awakened his natural skill, he would be expelled from the clan. Blue Feather can't afford such a consequence. Without the shelter of the Blue Clan, his little bit of strength was nothing. It seems like you are very insincere. You really don't want the Ice Spirit Divine Sword? Which do you think is more important, a weapon, than the honor of my entire Blue Clan? As a direct descendant of the Blue Clan, I can never swear in the name of the clan, not even in death. Lin Dong frowned. When he said it, he actually felt that it was not very reliable. The more powerful a clan was, the more it cared about reputation and face. This was true on Earth, as well as in the galactic galaxy and the Star Void realm. Higher civilizations would only get worse. Most people even valued family honor over their own lives. The truth was indeed as he thought. There was no way the other party would accept such an offer. Then what do you say? Anyway, if you just pay lip service to it, I will definitely not believe you, and naturally, it will be impossible for me to return the sword to you. Lin Dong asked helplessly. Kid, I don't want to talk nonsense with you either. Give me the sword, then I will bring people to leave the Star Void realm and promise not to set foot here ever again. I am not afraid to tell you the truth. In the beginning, I was also caught in someone else's plot, and was forced to escape to the Star Void realm to sleep and recuperate. Now since I have awakened, I still have to go back to think of a way to take revenge, and I don't have the time to accompany you guys to play around here. Blue Feather said seriously. Chapter 1103, Ling Lan Domain. Lin Dong looked at Blue Feather carefully. It seemed to be considering the truthfulness of the other party's words. As for Blue Feather, when he saw that Lin Dong did not immediately refuse, his heart was delighted. There is a chance. He couldn't wait to continue. Moreover, I have been sleeping in the Star Void realm for millions of years. How can I say that this place is also the place that gave me a second life, and I certainly don't want to destroy this place. Is everything you said true? Lin Dong asked out loud. Naturally. As a direct descendant of the Blue Clan, I, Blue Feather, am true to my word. Blue Feather had a proud face. Lin Dong did not say anything. The scene was quiet for a while. About tens of seconds passed before he agreed. Good. I hope that you will keep your promise. The Ice Spirit Divine Sword will be returned to you, then you will leave with your own people. And from now on, we will not interfere with each other. Although Lin Dong felt that the chances of the other party backtracking were higher, he still decided to take a gamble. If Blue Feather really backtracked after obtaining the Ice Spirit Divine Sword, then don't blame yourself. Based on Lin Dong's observation, it was unlikely that this Blue Feather was at the Void God level. At most, it would be a half-step Void God level. He would have nothing to fear. Lin Dong was willing to gamble with his own goodness for once. It would be the best outcome for everyone to settle peacefully. Everyone would be happy. If the gamble was wrong, then he would not be blamed for exposing his full strength. Then don't blame him for exposing his full strength and pouring out everything he had to leave this person behind. Even if he would offend the Blue Clan as a result, he would not hesitate to do so. Deal. The corners of Lan Yu's mouth rose and he hooked out a smile. Good then. I have already notified my master, his old man will be rushing over soon, so wait for a while. Lin Dong said. Good to say. Blue Feather replied with a smile. Being able to get back the Ice Spirit Divine Sword effortlessly, he was still in a good mood at this moment. If he really lost the Ice Spirit Divine Sword, it wouldn't be easy to explain back to the family. After so many years, it would not do to give the clan a bad impression just after returning. Lin Dong. Morong Chinga suddenly shouted in a low voice. Lin Dong lowered his head to look at the other party. Morong Chinga shook her head slightly. Apparently, she also felt that the deal was not very reliable. The four Gongru sisters had established the 7-colored glazed sect and cultivated special physiques as sacrifices. All of these things were definitely explained by this male son, Lan Yu. So it seems. Blue Feather was also a selfish person. In order for himself to be awakened, sacrificing the lives of so many people. Lin Dong understood what Morong Chinga meant. However, he did not say anything but gave the other party a reassuring look, indicating that he had his heart in the right place and did not need to worry. Morong Chinga instantly settled down when she saw Lin Dong's look. She also did not know why this was the case. It was reasonable to say that Lin Dong had come to the Star Void realm with himself, and he had relied on the four masters to cast forbidden techniques at great cost to ascend to the Sage realm. It was not like Lin Dong had cast a forbidden art for him, so it should not be too strong. However, in his heart, he just believed in Lin Dong. This person seemed to have a kind of magic power that made people believe in him. It was also right. If he did not have magical power, how could he have gotten a strong woman like senior sister in such a short period of time? I wonder what this little brother is called. Lan Yu suddenly asked. My name is Lin Dong. Lin Dong replied. Lin Dong, I don't think you have ever traveled outside the Star Void realm. Lin Dong shook his head and said, no. You are very good, you haven't even been out of the Star Void realm and you can still be so calm in the face of me. You are the first. My name is Blue Feather. Blue Feather also made a self-introduction and gave a thumbs up to Lin Dong. Brother Blue compliments me. I wonder if Brother Blue can tell me about your hometown? Alright. There's nothing to do now, so why don't I just tell you about it? Blue Feather then began to introduce his hometown. He came from a 9th-level civilization called the Spirit Lan Domain. Upon hearing that Blue Feather came from a 9th-level civilization, Lin Dong was a little surprised, not to mention Gongsun Jiming and the others. He had originally thought that Blue Feather was from an 8th-level civilization, but he did not expect it to be 9th level, directly skipping the 8th level. This was somewhat out of Lin Dong's expectations. Gongsun Jiming and the others were even more shocked. In the 7th level civilization Star Void realm, they were all still far behind. At the 9th level, they were still not the bottom of the pile. According to Lan Yu's words, the Blue Clan was a very bullish clan in the Spirit Lan domain. Just what exactly is the situation? Everyone is also not clear. After all, there was no one who had personally gone to see it. Exaggeration is certain. If the Blue Clan was really as bullish as Blue Feather said, as a direct descendant of the Blue Clan, how could he have been hunted down back then, resulting in serious injuries and dying, and having to flee to the Star Void realm to fall asleep? It was not until today, more than 1,000,000 years later, that he awakened? Lin Dong did not reveal Blue Feather either. He just quietly listened to the other party bragging. He said that he was introducing his hometown, Linglan Domain, but in reality, he was bragging about the Blue Clan. After bragging about the Blue Clan, Blue Feather started bragging about himself. What year in the Spirit Lan realm called the Wind End? Reign, the top of the heavenly pride, the young generation, no one out of its left and right.
Listening to Lin Dong, he blushed a little.
The top of the line pride would have fallen to this level? Who believes it? Does he himself believe it? Blue feather blowing may also feel that some blowing too much, everyone is not to believe.
He said that he was victimized by a bitch and fell into a conspiracy, and only fell into this.
The first thing to do this time back is to avenge the revenge of that year. Let all those who harmed him pay the price. Lin Dong and the others listened for half a day.
It was felt that apart from being from the 9-star civilization Spirit Lan domain, the rest might not have a single word of truth.
Come on, Lin Dong did not want to listen to this fellow's nonsense.
So he opened his mouth and interrupted, Brother Lan, my master is almost here.
Oh? Arriving so soon? Blue Feather was still a bit unfulfilled.
Pretending was a great hobby in his life.
He especially liked pretending in front of some people who had little knowledge.
Seeing the other party with a look of adoration,
he would feel comfortable all over. It was the same in the Spirit Lan domain.
Often, he liked to go to some corners where the news was not very developed and brag about his bullish deeds.
In the Spirit Lan domain, some good people even gave Blue Feather a nickname. The King of Pushing. Of course he himself wouldn't recognize this title.
Everyone only dared to call it in private. If anyone dared to call him that to his face,
Blue Feather would definitely have to go forward and fight for his life.
The title of King of Push could be said to be a taboo for him. My master is not too far away from here, so he came quickly. Brother Lan, wait a moment, I will go and pick him up.
Lin Dong said.
Good. Blue Feather returned a single word. He was not afraid of Lin Dong running.
If Lin Dong ran, the entire Star Void realm would suffer.
Moreover, Blue Feather did not believe that Lin Dong could run away in front of his eyes. This was the confidence of a strong man.
Wait for me here, Lin Dong said to Morong Chinga in his arms.
I won't.
Morong Chinga hurriedly refused. I will be back soon.
I don't want to.
I'll go with you. Morong Chinga hugged Lin Dong tightly, fearing that the other party would throw her away.
This location was the warmest, safest place she had ever stayed in her life.
If it was possible.
She wanted to stay here for the rest of her life. Lin Dong shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to carry Morong Chinga and enter the high-dimensional space.
Chapter 1104, Returning the Sword. Watching Lin Dong enter into the spatial crack, the corner of Blue Feather's mouth rose, revealing a cold smile. He carefully sensed Lin Dong's position. Not long after, suddenly, disappeared? Not good.
Blue Feather thought that Lin Dong was trying to escape.
Just as he was about to enter the spatial rift to chase after Lin Dong,
a spatial rift appeared at the location where Lin Dong had just left.
A figure walked out again. Who was it if not Lin Dong?
Behind him was an old man with a hunched back and a mask. In his hand, he happened to be holding his own sword, the Ice Spirit Excalibur.
What's going on? Blue Feather frowned. That instant, he unexpectedly couldn't perceive this kid. And when did this old man come? He was able to hide it from his own senses. It's not simple.
There must be a treasure on his body that can hide him.
And the grade is not low.
Blue Feather stared at the masked old man.
Is this the guy who stole his sword?
Very good. Since the main man has come,
then
he was going to prepare to make his move. Just how should he abuse these two masters and disciples?
Blue Feather was thinking in his mind. As for the promise to Lin Dong, to hell with it. Finish off all these people anyway.
No one would know that he, Blue Feather, had reneged on his promise. If you dare to touch your own sword, you deserve to die. The reason why he promised Lin Dong. I was afraid that his master would take his sword and find a corner to hide it. The Ice Spirit sword was still quite important to Blue Feather. Now that Lin Dong's master and disciple had appeared with the Ice Spirit Divine Sword,
was it still possible for them to escape from their grasp?
The answer was of course impossible. The limit of the battle power of a level 7 civilization was the peak of the Saint King level. Once someone ignited the divine fire and a half-step void god level powerhouse appeared, it would be possible to impact an 8th level civilization. The Star Void realm clearly did not possess this strength. Hence, the peak of the Saint King rank was the strongest battle force of the Starry Void realm. Let alone the fact that there were only Lin Dong and his disciples now. Even if there were 2 more Saint King level peaks, could they stop themselves from killing? Even if he had just awakened and had not yet recovered to his peak period, he was not something that could be resisted by 3 or 5 Saint King level peaks. At this moment, Morong's situation looked at the side of Lin Dong's face and her mind was already blank. What had she just seen? Lin Dong had used his own blood to turn into someone exactly like himself, and there was still no difference between him and himself. What kind of means was this? It was simply unheard of. The master in his mouth was actually a doppelganger that he had summoned with his own blood. Morong Chinga had wanted to open her mouth to ask about it. However, Lin Dong directly brought her out. There was no time to even think about asking a question. One could only wait until after getting through this crisis. Hopefully, the fake master that Lin Dong had summoned would be able to scare off the other party. It was quite bluffing to watch. Brother Lon, the Ice Spirit Divine Sword is right here. Are you sure that after you get the sword, you will take the people away? From now on, you will never step into the Star Void realm again? Lin Dong asked seriously. What does Brother Lin mean by this? Don't believe me? Am I saying all those words I just said in vain? In the future, if you have the opportunity, you can go to the Spirit Lon domain and ask around, what kind of person am I, Blue Feather, and what kind of power is the Blue Clan? Would I not be a person who does not believe in what he says? You are insulting me and insulting my Blue Clan. Lon Yu pretended to be angry and said back. Good. I hope that you will honor your word. Lin Dong did not continue to dwell on this. The doppelganger was already out and he had nothing to worry about. Even if Blue Feather backtracked, it would be enough to deal with it. Then he said to the bilocation, Master, we have already agreed, give him the sword. The main body called the doppelganger Master. It caused Morong Chinga in his arms to be speechless for a while. Without saying a word, the doppelganger directly threw out the Ice Spirit Divine Sword in his hand. Blue Feather reached out with his right hand and the Ice Spirit Divine Sword entered his hand. A smile appeared on his face, and then he began to gently caress his sword, muttering under his breath. Old friend, we finally meet again. Don't worry, this time, I will never disgrace you. In the future, I will continue to lead you to fight in the 4 directions and achieve unrivaled feats and fame. Lin Dong just quietly looked at the other party, preparing to deal with unexpected situations at any time. In his opinion, the moment he got his hands on the Ice Spirit Divine Sword should be the moment when Blue Feather flipped. The possibility of keeping the promise was not absent. Just very low. So low that it was almost negligible. Even Lin Dong himself did not quite believe that Blue Feather would get the sword and then leave with his people. However, he still chose to return the sword to the other party first. If Blue Feather flipped out, then what Lin Dong did next would not have any psychological burden. In the end, he was still too merciful. There was no lordly potential that would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than sparing one. In the event that he was certain that he was an enemy, only then would Lin Dong choose to step in and suppress it without hesitation. Such a person was destined not to become a lord, but only a hero. After Blue Feather obtained the Ice Spirit Divine Sword, he had been stroking his old friend who had accompanied him in the battle for many years. His mouth was also chanting some irrelevant words. Lin Dong did not make a sound to urge him either. It was only after about a few minutes that Blue Feather put his sword away and looked up at Lin Dong. The gazes of the 2 men locked together. The corners of their mouths simultaneously hooked out a smile. Just when Blue Feather was about to make a move, suddenly having a feeling, together with Lin Dong's detachment, the 3 of them looked over in the same direction. As far as the eyes could see, a crack appeared in space. A figure walked out from within. It was none other than Xian Yuanshou, who had rushed over from the central divine continent. The speed of a Saint King level powerhouse in 8-dimensional space was quite fast. Just as Xian Yuanshou came out, he saw Lin Dong holding a woman in his arms, standing side by side with his master, confronting an unknown young man. Behind this young man were the 4 true saint-level Taishan elders of the 7-colored glazed sect. What's going on? Not being able to understand the situation clearly, he stayed where he was without moving. Lin Dong did not expect that Xian Yuanshou would come. It should have sensed the aura emanating from Blue Feather and came to check the situation. as the guardian of the star void realm. When he discovered the aura of an unfamiliar strong person, he naturally came to check out the situation. Lan Yu merely glanced at Xian Yuan Shou and averted his gaze. It was just a sage realm, not even at the peak, not worth his attention. Alliance Master Xian Yuan, you can take the people from the seven-colored glazed sect and leave. First, I am here. Lin Dong was the first to speak. Lin Dong, what happened? Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Xian Yuan Shou asked suspiciously. Things are a bit complicated, I will explain to you later. Blue Feather was full of pride at this time and said, Who am I? Old man, listen carefully, this son comes from the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain, and is the direct descendant of the blue clan of the Spirit Lan domain, Blue Feather. Xian Yuan Shou's heart thumped when he heard this. A 9th level civilization? How could someone from a 9th level civilization appear in the Star Void realm? When did they come? And what did they want to come here? Could it be that they came to invade the Starry Void realm? A series of questions appeared in Xian Yuan Shou's mind. Chapter 1105, Turning the Other Cheek. Xian Yuan Shou turned his gaze towards Lin Dong. It seemed to be inquiring about the veracity of these words. Lin Dong nodded his head slightly. It confirmed that Lan Yu's words were true. This caused Xian Yuan Shou's heart to sink to the bottom. The Star Void realm had finally been discovered by an advanced civilization. For the Star Void realm, this was a curse and a disaster. But what made Xian Yuan Shou puzzled was, how could someone from a 9th level civilization suddenly appear in the Star Void realm? There was absolutely no omen at all. After a moment of silence, Xian Yuan Shou moved to come next to Lin Dong and respectfully shouted at Lin Dong's doppelganger. Senior. The doppelganger nodded as a response. Then Xian Yuan Shou stood on Lin Dong's other side and faced Blue Feather along with the two. The identity of the enemy was known. Being one of the vice allies of the Sacred Alliance, it was impossible for him to leave now. It was his duty to guard the peace of the Star Void realm. Lin Dong also understood Xian Yuan Shou's meaning. No more words were said to allow the other party to leave. Turning his gaze towards Blue Feather, he spoke. Brother Lan, the sword has been returned to you, it is time for you to keep your promise, take the people and leave. The Star Void realm is too small to accommodate a great god like you. Promise? What promise? Did I promise anything? Blue Feather changed his tone from what he had just said and began to act crazy. Lin Dong understood as soon as he heard it. Sure enough, it was pretty much the same as what he thought. Once Blue Feather obtained the Ice Spirit Divine Sword, it was the time to turn the tables. Alas! Brother Lan, does it really have to be like this? Some things can actually be resolved peacefully, why bother fighting to the death? Lin Dong said with a sigh. He was truly unwilling to offend a higher-level civilization. This offense. The plan to return to Earth and live in seclusion would have to be put on hold. Again, he would have to raise his strength step by step in order to protect himself. Lin Dong was already a little tired of it. He wanted to live an ordinary life. Obviously, he had made a compromise and handed over the Ice Spirit Divine Sword first. In the end, what he got was still the other party's aggressiveness. Why is it that people are all the same no matter where they are? They don't stop until they reach the Yellow River, and they don't turn back until they hit the South Wall. A peaceful solution? After preventing me from absorbing the sacrifice, causing this male to not be able to fully recover, and also injuring my maidservant, you tell me, how should I peacefully resolve this? And just you still want to fight me to the death, are you worthy? Lan Yu had a cold smile on his face. Brother Lan, you're a direct descendant of the Lan clan, if you don't keep your promise like this, aren't you afraid of exposing it and losing your Lan clan's face? To you great clans, isn't honor above all else? Lin Dong was still making a last-ditch effort. The honor of the Blue clan is indeed above everything, but with all of you dead, who will expose it? Are you so sure that you can leave us all behind? That's for sure. A 7th level civilization is just a 7th level civilization. Without this much confidence, I wouldn't dare to say that I'm a member of the Blue clan for fear of being laughed at by others. As Blue Feather was speaking, the aura on his body was climbing. After coming to the peak of the Saint King level, there was a slight pause. Then it rushed over in one fell swoop to another brand new realm amidst Blue Feather's smile filled with smugness.
Half-step void god level. Actually, the half-step void god level was an excessive realm. Between the Saint realm and the Divine Ming realm. When one's strength reached the peak of the Saint King level, one began to collect the power of faith, and after the power of faith reached a critical point, one could ignite the divine fire. After the divine flame was ignited, one continued to collect the power of faith, gradually transforming the holy power into divine power. After all the holy power was successfully transformed into divine power, one would cross over the excessive realm of the half-step void god level and come to the true divine Ming realm, becoming a void god level powerhouse. Although it was an excessive realm, however, a half-step void god level also possessed a trace of divine power and could crush a saint realm powerhouse. Holy power would become especially sluggish under divine power. The operation would all become less smooth. When a peak sage realm encountered a half-step void god level, how could they fight when they couldn't even use their own holy power smoothly? Thus, as a half-step void god level powerhouse, Bluefeather naturally wouldn't put a rank 7 civilization whose highest battle power was only at the peak of the Saint King rank in his eyes. He alone was enough to destroy a rank 7 civilization. However, this was under ordinary circumstances. In the event that this 7th level civilization had dozens of Saint King level powerhouses, all of them gathered to strike together, a half-step void god level wouldn't be able to hold back. After all, it was the excess realm, not yet the true divine realm. Void god level powerhouses did not have this problem. Even if there were 100 Saint King level to a void god level, it would be nothing more than breaking into an ant nest. It was nothing more than wasting a bit more effort. The aura emanating from Bluefeather wasn't overly exaggeratedly huge. It was just the hint of divine power that it contained that made Shen Yuanshou's face look ugly. He felt the holy power in his body become sluggish under this trace of divine power. In such a case, the strength exerted would be greatly reduced. It was already clear in his heart. The enemy in front of him was a half-step void god level existence. How should this situation be broken? Shen Yuanshou's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about it. Other than a half-step void god level, it was only possible unless one could gather more than 10 or more peak Saint King level, or more than 30 Saint King level, and strike together. There was definitely no such thing as a half-step void god level star void realm. More than 10 Saint King level peaks and more than 30 ordinary Saint King levels were likewise not available in the astral void realm. In other words, this situation was unsolvable. There was even less to say about Gong Sun Jiming and the others in the distance. They stood there trembling. Like lambs to the slaughter, they had no power to fight back, and the only thing they could do was wait for death. The only one who felt fortunate at the scene was Lin Dong. After sensing that Bluefeather's aura had climbed to the half-step void god level, it did not continue to rise. His heart was greatly relieved. It was good that he had not reached the divine brightness realm. The half-step void god level was still within his capabilities. Lin Dong's true strength was also at the half-step void god level. However, he still had bilocations. The main body plus the 3 bilocations. With 4 half-step void god level combatants, dealing with Bluefeather alone would not be a breeze. Moreover, the feeling that Bluefeather gave Lin Dong was still very weak. Then the other party was even less of a match. Since the enemy had already shown his sword, Lin Dong could only be forced to strike as well, despite the great reluctance in his heart. But there was no way. He had already given Bluefeather a chance. Yet the other party did not intend to spare him at all. Just at this time, several more spatial cracks appeared in the sky. Several figures walked out one after another. First was Pang Zhong, then Ji Wuming and the others. There were 5 people in total, all at the Saint King level. Thus, the 6 known Saint King levels in the Star Void realm, together with Master Lin Dong, all 7 Saint King levels were present. Having just stepped out of the spatial crack, all 5 of them were stunned. This was immediately followed by shock. What kind of power was this? Why was their own Saint Force, which was running sluggishly? Could it be divine power? The divine power that could only be transformed to appear after igniting the divine fire? Having encountered a half-step void god level powerhouse? The 5 of them simultaneously placed their terrified gazes on Bluefeather. They could feel that the divine power was emanating from this young man. Chapter 1106, Correction. The arrival of Pang Zhong's 5 people. It temporarily interrupted Lin Dong's strike. Ha ha ha. Blue Feather laughed out loud as he looked at the few people who had suddenly appeared. He then shook his head and said in a mocking tone, "Is this the full strength of your Star Void realm? It's pathetic that you don't even have 10 Saint King levels. With this amount of strength, Lin Dong, you even say that you want to exhaust the power of the Star Void realm and fight me to the death? It is really ridiculous. Today I will let you know what it means to know the fear from a high-level civilization. Since they are all here, then all of them will stay." When Pang Zhong's 5 people heard this, they were instantly confused. What the heck, all stay? What the hell was going on? Could it be that this half-step void god level powerhouse was from an advanced civilization, preparing to invade the Star Void realm? Now he wanted to kill all of them, the highest fighting force of the Star Void realm? And then rule the entire Star Void realm? This, isn't this damned thing bumping into a gun? That regret in the hearts of the 5 people. If they knew this was the case, why did they follow and come to join in the fun? They would have packed up their things and fled with the important figures of the family. Escaped to a place far away from the Star Void realm. With their strength. As long as they didn't go to an 8th or 9th level civilization, they could live freely anywhere. But the current situation. Under the eyes of a half-step void god level powerhouse, where was there a chance for them to escape? This. How can this be? Even Pang Zhong, the peak of the Saint King level, had an expression of fear on his face at this moment. Facing a half-step void god level that possessed divine power. The peak of the Saint King level was also no match at all. The slightest bit of inattention would result in one's death. Divine power was originally a notch higher than Saint power. Blue Feather didn't make a move immediately. It was watching the crowd with interest. It was also one of Blue Feather's hobbies to make his enemies shrouded in fear, suffer from mental torture, and die in despair. What he wanted was for the enemy to not see a glimmer of hope and could only kneel down and beg for mercy. And finally be abused by himself. Blue Feather realized that something was wrong. Lin Dong's master teacher was wearing a mask, so it was not possible to see his facial expression. The other 6 Saint King levels had all shown a look of horror on their faces. However, Lin Dong did not. There was still that bland look. This made Blue Feather's heart quite irritated. He was still pretending when he was on the verge of death. Alliance Master Xian Yuan. What's going on here? Zhang Taiyin, the Zhang clan's oldest ancestor, couldn't help but ask out loud. Lan Yu didn't make a move, giving everyone a chance to speak. With their own lives and deaths at stake, they desperately wanted to know the truth of the matter. Even if they died, they would at least die with clarity. Otherwise, no one would dare to be willing. I came out long before you all, and I am not too clear about it. When I came, Senior and Lin Dong were already here, they should know best. Xian Yuanshou replied. He really did not know much, so he did not dare to talk nonsense. A few people again landed their gazes on Lin Dong's master and disciple. That ally master, can you tell me what's going on? Even if we have to die, let us at least die with an understanding. Right now, Lin Dong's master was the nominal alliance master of the Sacred Alliance. It was not wrong to address an allied lord. Lin Dong suddenly stood out. Let me answer for Master Teacher. To put it simply, this person's name is Blue Feather, from the Blue Clan of the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan Domain. He was seriously injured and chased after more than 1,000,000 years ago. He escaped to the Star Void realm and fell into a deep sleep. His 4 maidservants founded the 7-colored glazed sect, collecting female disciples of various physiques, and after cultivating them to the sacred king level they became sacrifices for the person to awaken, and to this day, he has accumulated enough sacrifices and so he awakened. Things are as simple as that. In a few words, Lin Dong simply retold what happened. It was shallow and easy to understand. The process became less important. What was important was that Blue Feather from the 9th level civilization was a half-step void god level existence. Now he had awakened. And had strong hostility towards the Star Void realm. How to deal with it? It was an issue that everyone needed to consider together at the moment. Lin Dong, you missed the point. This Gongzi was seriously injured after falling for someone else's conspiracy and being framed. It was a conspiracy and a frame-up, understand? Otherwise, would this Gongzi have ended up in the current situation? Blue Feather added with a haughty and arrogant face. It was as if Lin Dong had missed out on a very important aspect that he had not said. He had to add it in place. It is still the same. Lin Dong returned. Nonsense. Of course it's not the same. If it wasn't for that bastard taking advantage of me, letting my guard down and designing to frame me, with each side relying on their own strengths, this Gongzi would have beaten him up, and would he have ended up here? Can this be the same? Lan Yu loudly corrected Lin Dong's mistake. Have you ever heard of a saying? In the face of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming is futile, pale and powerless. In the end, it is not that you are not strong enough to be counted in seriously injured. Really, if you were strong enough, you would have directly crushed over who could hurt you. Lin Dong said in a serious manner. You. Lin Dong. You bastard. What do you know? The person who can be my son's opponent is not a nobody. You. You are simply infuriating me. Blue Feather pointed at Lin Dong, his body trembling, clearly infuriated by the other party. How dare he say that he was not strong enough to be counted in seriously injured? Though thinking about it carefully, what was said was not unreasonable. But how could Blue Feather be willing to admit it? Who was he? The direct descendant of the Blue Clan of the Spirit Lan domain, who had awakened his natural skill. Saying that he was not strong enough was not looking down on the Blue Clan? If he admitted it, wouldn't he be giving the Blue Clan a black eye? Shen Yuanshou, Pang Zhong and the others directly looked dumbfounded at Lin Dong's wave of flirty maneuvers. Big brother, what are you doing? You want to die, we don't want to yet. Don't ever break the mold and drag everyone along with you on the road. Knowing that this guy is a strong person from a 9th level civilization, with a strength of half-step void god level, who can suppress the entire star void realm, he actually spoke out of turn and provoked the other party. Was this living long enough? Extreme fear once again enveloped the crowd. They were afraid that the other party would suddenly strike out in anger. How strong was a half-step void god level powerhouse? No one knows. After all, they had never encountered one. Anyway, according to the limited historical records, a half-step void god level that had already ignited the divine fire and possessed a hint of divine power was not something that could be rivaled by a Saint King level, not even the peak of the Saint King level. Trying to win by numbers, the few of them were simply not enough either. With 5 times more people, they might be able to give it a try. Gongsun Shiming and the others in the distance had already withdrawn a long distance again. They were almost on the verge of leaving the 7-colored glazed sex range. Facing the aura emanating from a half-step void god level powerhouse, even the Sage Realm was not easy to bear. Not to mention them, the Eternal Realm. There were also fewer and fewer people. The vast majority had fled quietly. The only person at the scene who was not worried in the slightest was Morong Chinga in Lin Dong's arms. She felt that this place was just too comfortable and safe. If it was possible, one would even be willing to stay here for the rest of one's life. There were countless shocking secrets hidden in Lin Dong's body. All the way from Earth. Who would have thought that he would be able to make it this far just by relying on himself? Morong Chinga felt that Lin Dong definitely had a way to deal with this crisis. In her heart, she was not afraid at all. Chapter 1107 My Master Teacher is also. Isn't what I said the truth? Blue Feather, even though you have been bragging about the Blue Clan, bragging about yourself, how bullish and powerful you are, but if it is really the case as you have said, how could you have fallen to this point now? In fact, you give me the impression, well, how to say it? Just like a bragging king, 9 out of 10 sentences are false, simply not believable. Lin Dong added another stab. You. Blue Feather pointed at Lin Dong and said 3 U's in a row without uttering a complete words. It could be seen how angry he was in his heart. The king of bragging? How dare he say that he was the king of bragging? Wasn't this similar to his nickname in the Spirit Lan region? Blue Feather's current state was like a wolf that had been having its tail stepped on. Pang Zhong felt that things were not good and hurriedly explained. That Blue Prince, Lin Dong has mental problems and speaks without thinking. You must not mind, we believe in you, with your strength. You must have been sneak attacked and counted on, only to be temporarily reduced to this. Very soon you will rise again, 10 times 100 times to return to the enemy who harmed you in the first place. Right. Lin Dong doesn't believe in Dukelan,
we believe that a person like Duke Lan, even in just the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain, must be a remarkable existence.
Jong Taiyin, the Jong clan's oldest ancestor, followed. I also believe in Duke Lan. I also believe in. The remaining 3 people spoke one after another.
Lin Dong had lived enough to want to die, they did not want to. If they could gain a chance to live by currying favor with Lan Yu, they certainly begged for it.
However, Pang Zhong and the others' show of goodwill was ushered in by Bluefeather's rebuke. Scram!
All shut up, there is no place for you to talk here. If you keep on gabbing, believe it or not, I will clean you up first.
The 5 people stood there and didn't dare to speak. They could only smile awkwardly.
In his heart, he had already cursed Bluefeather.
The guy who doesn't know what's good for him. It was better to scold you like Lin Dong to feel comfortable.
Of course, these words could only be thought about in the mind, they could never be spoken.
Lin Dong, you have successfully provoked me, say it. How do you want to die?
Bluefeather stared at Lin Dong and asked through gritted teeth.
Want to kill me? It depends on whether you have the ability to do so.
Lin Dong was not afraid in the slightest.
Is that so? It seems that you still do not know what is terrifying beyond the Saint Realm. A frog at the bottom of the well is a frog at the bottom of the well, come on.
Feel the fear from a 9th level civilization, half-step void god level.
Bluefeather raised his hands above his head and spread them out to the left and right. The aura of his body poured out.
Divine power operated rapidly, enhancing his combat power while also causing all the Saint Realms present to feel the sluggishness of the holy power in their bodies. This was the effect of divine power.
It could restrain the holy power from operating,
making the strength it exerted greatly reduced.
One's own battle power, however, could be greatly enhanced. The same move.
There was a huge difference in power between using holy power and using divine power to perform it.
With this difference,
the difference between a peak Saint King level and a half-step void god level seemed to be only half a step. In reality, there is a huge difference.
In the blink of an eye,
Bluefeather had already disappeared. He appeared in front of Lin Dong. He raised his sword in his right hand, but instead of using it against Lin Dong, he grabbed at the opponent's neck with his left hand.
He did not want Lin Dong to die too quickly. That would be too cheap for the other party.
It was necessary to make Lin Dong feel fear first and then die under fear and despair. As the distance grew closer and closer, Bluefeather had already begun to imagine a look of horror on Lin Dong's bland face.
Let's see if you kid is still pretending in front of this Gongzi. Just when Bluefeather's left hand was about to grab Lin Dong's neck,
it suddenly stopped advancing.
HM? What happened? His hand seems to be blocked by something? It was impossible.
Under his own operation of divine power, he was faster than a peak Saint King level. Plus, the divine power restricts the opponent.
How could it be blocked?
Lan Yu fixed his eyes and looked. He only saw Lin Dong standing still. In his arms, he was still holding the charmed body that was almost sucked dry by himself. A hand reached out from the side and grabbed Bluefeather's wrist.
It made him unable to move.
The owner of this hand was none other than Lin Dong's master. A bizarre old man with a mask, bent over and hunched over. From the moment he appeared, he had not said a single sentence. He listened to Lin Dong in everything. Returned his sword when Lin Dong told him to.
Those who knew understood that this person was Lin Dong's master.
Those who did not know thought that he was Lin Dong's servant. Xian Yuan was already scared out of his wits.
Lin Dong's behavior of provoking a half-step void god level was extremely irrational in his opinion.
Several times, he had tried to persuade him.
However, seeing that Lin Dong's master teacher did not even say anything,
he also held his tongue. In the end, he provoked Bluefeather to make a strong move. It was almost a situation of certain death. Xian Yuanshou also wanted to help. However, he was not strong enough in the first place, coupled with the fact that his holy power was slow to operate under the restriction of Bluefeather's divine power.
Before he could react,
Lin Dong was already on the verge of falling into the enemy's hands. The difference in strength was too great.
There was simply no chance to even make a move.
It was as if space had frozen. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. Blue Feather was standing in front of Lin Dong, holding a sword in his right hand, and his left hand was only a few centimeters away from Lin Dong's neck when it was grabbed by a hand reaching out from the side.
How did this old man do it? Why could he not be restricted by divine power and save Lin Dong at the critical moment? Morong Chinga quietly raised her head to take a look. A look of delight was revealed. She knew that Lin Dong would definitely be able to block the enemy. A mere doppelganger summoned with blood was so powerful. Then there was even less to say about Lin Dong himself. There should not be many people who knew this secret, and she was one of them, causing Morong Chinga to be overjoyed in her heart. How did you do it? Why are you unaffected by my lord's divine power? Lan Yu looked at Lin Dong's doppelganger and asked with a frown. It was the first time he had seen a saint realm that was not affected by divine power. It is very simple. Because my master is also a half-step void god level just like you, he can be unaffected by your divine power. Lin Dong replied blandly. This statement was once. Everyone present was shocked. Unbelievably, they looked at Lin Dong's doppelganger. This old man in front of him was actually a half-step void god level powerhouse? How could that be possible?
Pang Zhong's body began to tremble slightly as he looked at the masked old man, and his forehead began to break out in a weak sweat. If this person was truly a half-step void god level, wouldn't he himself have gone back and forth several times at the gates of hell? Amitabha Buddha. The heavens blessed. Impossible. Blue Feather exclaimed in shock. At the same time, he forcefully broke free from his left hand and quickly retreated, not taking his eyes off Lin Dong's doppelganger in the process.
What is so impossible about this? There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. How big is the universe, and how much do you know about it?
Lin Dong smiled faintly. In order to match Lin Dong's words,
the doppelganger also released a half-step void god level aura at this time.
The divine power contained within it was a few points purer than Blue Feather.
There was a vague tendency to suppress the other party. Chapter 1108, Sleeping for Another Million Years. If anything.
Just now, Lin Dong said that his master was a half-step void god level powerhouse just like Blue Feather. While everyone was shocked, there was still a trace of doubt hidden in their hearts. Then the moment this hunched and silent old man released his half-step void god level aura, there was no longer any doubt.
It was indeed a half-step void god level.
Moreover, everyone could feel that this old man's divine power seemed to be slightly stronger than that of Blue Feather.
It's true that you can't judge a person by their appearance. Who would have thought?
An old man who seemed to have half of his body in the ground was actually a half-step void god level. Pang Zhong opened his mouth and stared at Lin Dong's doppelganger with a pair of big eyes as if he had lost his soul. At this moment, he could only feel chills all over his body. Cold sweat was like tap water, constantly flowing down from his forehead. No matter how he wiped it, he could not wipe it clean.
It really was a half-step void god level.
Not only had he disrespected a half-step void god level powerhouse, he had even fought with the other party. If the other party had had the slightest intention to kill, he would have lost his life.
Namo Amitabha Buddha.
Pang Zhong felt that he was just too lucky. Not only did he openly provoke a half-step void god level, he also fought with the other party, and in the end, he was actually able to stand here properly.
It was simply a miracle. This kind of battle record was probably like no one before or since. He would have something to brag about in the future. He was the one who had fought 300 rounds with a half-step void god level powerhouse and still managed to survive. At this stage of the Saint Realm, who else could do it? Who else? No one. Only he, Pang Zhong, did it.
Xian Yuanshou stood next to Lin Dong. Clearly sensing the aura emanating from Master Lin Dong, he was not the least bit outmatched by Blue Feather's division.
There was no mistaking a half-step void god level.
What puzzled Xian Yuanshou was,
when did the Star Void Realm produce a half-step void god level powerhouse? How did he ignite the divine fire? Could it be that he had already ignited the divine fire a long time ago and had become a half-step void god level, and had not come out until now? I'm afraid that's the only possibility.
Anyway, during the time Xian Yuanshou had served as the Sacred Alliance League leader, he could be certain. It was impossible for someone to collect the power of faith and ignite the divine fire under his nose. Then there was only one possibility.
This person was terribly old.
Even before he was born, he had already ignited the divine flame. As for why it had remained hidden, I'm afraid that only the person in question would know. Bluefeather retreated back to the position he had just stood in, which was in front of the Gong sisters. All four of them were shocked by the sudden change.
No one could have imagined it.
Why would a star void realm whose highest combat power was only a 7th level civilization hide a half-step void god level? They felt as if they had gotten into trouble, drawing out such a powerful enemy for the Duke. The two strands of divine power were constantly colliding. It caused great pressure on those on the scene. Even the same king level was somewhat unable to withstand it.
Gradually, Bluefeather began to be on the weaker side.
He had just awakened and had yet to fully recover. His breath was naturally not as strong as Lin Dong, who was at his peak.
The divine power was also not as pure as the other party.
It was only natural to be suppressed.
The moment Lin Dong's doppelganger released his half-step void god level aura, Bluefeather understood.
He was afraid that he would be planted today. However, he was not afraid either. The big deal was that he would leave the Star Void realm first and go back to bring in some reinforcements to retrieve the situation.
A 7th level civilization, can it still turn over the sky? So what if there was a half-step void god level?
If one wanted to leave, no one could stop them.
I didn't expect.
A small 7th level civilization is hiding a great god. It really opens my lord's eyes.
Bluefeather marveled. There are more things you didn't expect.
Brother Lon, I have long advised you to take your things and leave. From now on, we are not in conflict with each other, and my Star Void realm has not wronged you. Instead, you are the one who was recuperating from your injuries here, causing my Star Void realm to lose a lot of talent. All of this we can ignore, but you just don't listen.
Lin Dong sighed.
Things had developed to this point. It was really non-Lin Dong's wish. He had also given Bluefeather a chance,
hoping for a peaceful resolution.
It was a pity that the other party did not take it seriously at all, since he had already exposed his strength. Lin Dong had no intention of letting Bluefeather leave. Otherwise, with this fellow's character, after he returned, he would definitely make a comeback with his people. In case a divine Ming realm came, he himself was not an opponent now. One could only nip the crisis in the bud. Completely keep Bluefeather in the Star Void realm and not let him go back. This would guarantee the safety of the Star Void realm.
Row. Lin Dong, not very good. Today this Gungzi admits defeat. Goodbye.
We will meet again. I hope that when we meet again, you won't let this Gongzi down. After saying this, Lan Yu was ready to leave with the Gong sisters. The Star Void realm had a half-step void god level.
Continuing to stay here wouldn't help. Since things couldn't be done, it was better to leave early. After returning to the clan, he would then bring people to come and take over the Star Void realm. A 7th level civilization was worth a lot.
It was also a sort of a meet-and-greet gift to the clan for not having returned for so many years. Pang Jong and the others let out a sigh of relief in unison. The crisis had finally been temporarily lifted. As for whether or not Bluefeather would bring someone after he returned,
that was a matter for later. If they really couldn't, they could still escape.
Far away from the Star Void realm, they could still live freely.
Brother Lun, wait.
Lin Dong opened his mouth to stop.
I wonder what else I can teach you?
Bluefeather asked. Brother Lun, you didn't leave when I told you to, but now I didn't say that I would let you leave.
Lin Dong laughed. What do you mean?
Lan Yu failed to understand the meaning of Lin Dong's words for a moment. He had never thought that Lin Dong would have the idea of leaving him behind.
A half-step void god level wanted to leave behind another half-step void god level. Was it possible? Unless one was seriously injured. Otherwise, it would never be possible.
Lan Yu did not understand Lin Dong's words. However, Pang Zhong and the others could understand. Each one of them looked at Lin Dong with a crying face. He thought to himself, Big brother,
you don't want to do anything wrong again. Let's first get through the immediate crisis and then talk about it, okay? Although your master is not weak. After all, he is only a half-step void god level from a 7th level civilization, so how can he be compared to a half-step void god level from a 9th level civilization? Even if both sides were half-step void god levels. Obviously, the other party has more means and stronger cards, right? If your master can't stop it, everyone will suffer.
Pang Zhong, several people are thinking for themselves, want to first through the immediate crisis, cannot leave the Star Void realm, find a remote corner of the world, can still survive well. Only Shen Yuanshou has another idea. Only Shen Yuanshou had other ideas.
His considerations were much more far-reaching. He knew that once he let Blue Feather go back, there would be no end of trouble. It was best if they could work together to leave Blue Feather behind. Meaning, just now you didn't leave, now it's already too late if you want to leave. Brother Lon, why don't you simply continue to sleep for another million years? I feel more secure this way, otherwise I am afraid that after you return to the Spirit Lon domain, you will expose the location of the Star Void realm, and then our safety will not be guaranteed in any way. Lin Dong said seriously.
Chapter 1109, just beginning. The scene suddenly said quiet.
No one made a single sound. Everyone looked at Lin Dong with disbelief, including Blue Feather,
almost not quite believing their ears.
What had he heard? Lin Dong actually said that he would let him sleep for another million years? Was Lin Dong crazy, or was there something wrong with his own ears? How could a small Saint King level dare to say such words to himself? Regardless of whether it was from the status, position, or strength, there was a huge difference between the two. Even if Lin Dong's master was a half-step void god level, he did not have that qualification. Who had given him the courage to do so? Lin Dong, what did you just say? Letting this Gonzi sleep for another million years? Blue Feather asked with uncertainty. This is the best way at the moment. Only then can I rest assured that the Star Void realm will be safe. Lin Dong nodded. Blue Feather was silent for a while. Immediately after, ha ha ha, a loud and unrestrained laughter was emitted. The sound of Blue Feather alone echoed over the entire seven-colored glazed sect realm. The others didn't dare to disturb it at all. A moment later, Blue Feather's laughter was withdrawn and he sternly rebuked, Lin Dong, I gave you face, didn't I? Just now, I was just being polite to you for a few moments, and you started to call yourself a brother. Do you know what kind of people this Gongzi's brothers are? Do you know what kind of brothers I have? You want me to sleep for another million years? Ask that old man if he dares to say such things. I don't know who gave you the guts, what an ignorant man. There's no need to ask my master, my words represent his meaning. Blue Feather, I don't want to talk too much nonsense with you, things have come to this situation nowadays, it's not what I wanted, it's a pity that you refuse to leave again and again, then you can't blame me. Now I'm going to give you two choices. The first one, continue to sleep on in this seven-colored glazed sect. The second one, I'll make a move to leave you behind completely. As Lin Dong spoke, a terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. All the way from the earth. There were quite a number of people who had died in his hands. It was not wrong to say that he had stepped on the bones of countless people. Although they were all people who deserved to be killed. All the same, Lin Dong had accumulated a rather dense killing aura. It was now emanating out. Everyone understood in their hearts. The leaving behind in Lin Dong's mouth naturally meant killing the other party. However, Lin Dong was only at the Sage realm. How could he dare to arrogantly say that he would kill a half-step void god level? Was he arrogant and cocky, or did he have another means? Pang Zhong and the others did not dare to insult Lin Dong in their hearts. This kid dared to speak harshly to a half-step void god level, and was not a master to be messed with in his own right. It would be better if he could kill Blue Feather. It was better for the Star Void realm not to be exposed in the eyes of the 9th level civilization. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. Lin Dong, according to what you are saying, can I understand that if I do not choose to continue sleeping, you will have to kill me? Blue Feather asked with uncertainty. Yes. Lin Dong replied with a single word. Everyone at the scene, except Chinga, felt that Lin Dong had gone crazy. However, at the same time, they could not help but admire Lin Dong's courage. Daring the strength of a Saint realm to say to a half-step void god level that he would kill the other party was not something that anyone dared to do. Whether or not one could do so was not to be discussed first. The key was having such courage and dominance. Only Chinga, who knew Lin Dong's secret, was clear. This time, Lin Dong was really motivated to kill. Lan Yu looked at Lin Dong's serious look and the killing intent that filled the air. There was a hint of disdain yet a hint of unease. From the current situation, Lin Dong was definitely unable to do so, but he did not know what means the other party had hidden. However, trying to make Blue Feather soften now was clearly impossible. His identity did not allow himself to be doing so. Want to kill me? With just you? Blue Feather narrowed his eyes and stared at Lindong with a cold smile. Just based on me. Lindong's reply remained simple. You can come and try. These words had just been said by Lindong as well. Now Blue Feather returned it to the other party. Yes. However, both parties had very different responses to these words. The moment the word good was uttered, the doppelganger beside Lindong had already moved. Under the outburst of divine power, it instantly arrived in front of Blue Feather. The Thunder God hammer was already in his hand. The hammer smashed down towards Blue Feather. Blue Feather had already prepared for the battle. The Ice Spirit Divine Sword was swung out and clashed with the Thunder God hammer. Ding! An ear-piercing collision sound rang out. The Gongru sisters hastily covered their ears. They were the closest. Luckily, there was still a blue light protecting their bodies. They did not suffer too much damage. At the same time, Lindong put down Morong Chinga in his arms. He was going to enter the battle next as well. Exposure was inevitable. It was necessary to go all out in order to leave behind Blue Feather, a half-step Void God level, to protect the safety of the Star Void realm and also allow himself to rest for a few days. This time Morong Chinga was not capricious. She obediently clutched the Lifestone with both hands and left Lindong's embrace with nostalgia. Battles at the half-step Void God level were not quite the same as the Saint Realm. The Saint Realm relied on Saint Force to cause widespread destruction. On the other hand, the half-step Void God level was based on divine power, focusing on breaking the surface with points and striking the enemy with precision. Divine power was actually the essence that was transformed after the compression of holy power. In terms of destructive power, divine power was more than a notch higher than holy power. Even if your holy power was as vast and majestic as it would be easily broken by divine power. Thus, a collision between divine powers did not have a particularly wide ripple effect like a collision between holy powers. However, the danger involved was far, far higher. Once a saint realm was struck by divine power, they would be seriously injured without dying. A saintly body could not withstand the damage of divine power. On the contrary, the divine body was able to withstand a certain amount of divine power. This was where the saint realm's disadvantage lay when facing the half-step Void God level. After one strike, Blue Feather and Lindong's doppelganger each retreated under the force of the recoil. In the process, a crack suddenly appeared behind Blue Feather. A figure stepped out. Silently, he threw a punch at Blue Feather's back. Void God Fist. This was another of Lindong's bilocations. When he had just borrowed the name to pick up his master teacher, he had anticipated that this situation would occur, so he directly summoned 3 doppelgangers. One was dressed up in the likeness of the master teacher. The other 2 were hidden in the shadows. Blue Feather had been keeping an eye on Lindong's main body. He felt that Lindong must have hidden some means in his body as he dared to say the words to leave himself behind. It was not until a strong sense of crisis came from behind him that Blue Feather became alert and hastily diverted his attention, trying to dodge. However, it was already too late. Lindong's doppelganger possessed the same strength as his main body, which was simply a superbug. Under the sneak attack of a half-step Void God level, Blue Feather's attention was focused elsewhere and he was unable to dodge in time. The Void God's fist that the doppelganger utilized his divine power to execute directly blasted on top of Blue Feather's back. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The tremendous force caused Blue Feather's body to stop its backward trend and fly forward. With just this blow, Blue Feather had suffered a considerable injury. It was a good thing that he was at the half-step Void God level. The holy body was beginning to gradually transform into a divine body. Although it hadn't completely transformed successfully, but it also possessed some of the characteristics of a divine body. At least in terms of defense against divine power, it was unknown how many times higher than a saint body. Otherwise, even if one was at the peak of the Saint King level, under the strike of the Void God Fist, one would have to be seriously injured without dying. Lindong's current plan was going well. 2 against 1, the effect was obvious. This was not the end, but had just begun.